Wednesday afternoon, South Carolina weather watchers. Hopefully, you had a fantastic Wednesday so far. I am your meteorologist Peterson, and let's go on and talk about the severe weather that is going on throughout the state of South Carolina. There is a lot of stuff going on today in terms of severe weather. Starting off first up here. You can see up here the severe thunderstorm warnings on your screen going through Spartanburg right now, about to head through to Greenville right now as 60-mile-per-hour winds are about to push through there. That goes through Greer, Duncan, as well as Travelers Rest. And then also up here going towards Pickens as well as Easley, going through there as well. We also did have a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Chester, South Carolina as well. That has 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail as well. And then also, you also do have over here severe thunderstorm warnings out for Conway, South Carolina, going into Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, North Myrtle Beach as well, going into Ketchuptown, Mullins, and Marion, as well going into Darlington, South Carolina as well. Again, 1 inch of hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that should expire in like the next hour or so. So that's what pretty much is going on there. Severe thunderstorm watch pretty much out for the entire state, except for counties down here like Colleton County, Allendale County, going up into Fairfax County and Hampton County and places like that. Also towards Beaufort County as well. But, you know, in terms of the text of what it shows, it pretty much 75-mile-per-hour winds are likely. Also, it does say that a quarter inch hail also could be isolated in nature pretty much. So isolated hail up to around ping pong size possible, and then frequent lightning is possible as well. So pretty much we are going to be looking at that. Now, how long am I going to be here for? I have no idea, but to put it just to put it lightly, this thing barely has even started yet. This severe weather has barely even started yet, this is just the bare minimum. It's going to get probably worse the more we get into the evening tonight. So probably like the next hour or two is probably when it's really going to get the worst in terms of just intensity. But I know for a fact that there is some power outages going on throughout the state right now. Up here in Dillon County, 1,146 people are without power inside of Dillon County. Going into Sumter County, 349 people are without power there. That might actually not have to do really anything with storms. I think that's just there. I don't know what's going on over there, but I don't think it has anything to do with storms. Cherokee County has 300 people out. Also, Spartanburg has 877. And Greenville County has 2,000 people without power right now as we speak. So overall, just a lot of stuff going on. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for like Pageland, South Carolina, Jeffrey, South Carolina, going up towards Taxahaw and Bufford, South Carolina as well. That's again for the next hour. 1 inch of diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to push through and take its way down to the south where the storm is going to. So let's go on. I do want to go on real quick. Let's go on and check with the chat real quick. Going to check the chat real quick. See what we got going on. Manana says, hello, Jay. Hello to you. And then Churro says, oh, no, it's too hot right now. In terms of temperatures right now, which, I guess we could go over that where there's a little bit of a lull right now. 93 at my house, it's 93 degrees, and it feels like 110. 93 degrees feels like 110. So there still is, it still is very hot out there. It still is very hot even as we approach 7 o'clock. Even at 7 o'clock, it's still projected to be around 92 degrees. So it's still going to continue to be hot as we move into the next hour or so. So there's not really going to be any relief for that at all. So yes, there is. Unfortunately, I did see, he says we don't need power outages right now. Thanks for the forecast update. No problem for that. Yeah, power outages, that's unfortunately going to happen today. But, they've already happened so far. And they probably will continue. So that's why you just got to make sure that you rationed up I know I said you need to prepare for hurricane season, obviously in like May. Hopefully, you can use some of those rations that you have. If the power goes out for an extended period of time as well. If there is also a new, or this might actually be yes, this is a new one. And this actually is for Clover, South Carolina, going to Lake Wiley, South Carolina, and Tegakay, South Carolina as well. That's actually for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25 inch diameter hail. So that's half dollar size, so $half coin in terms of hail for the next hour or so. And so it says minor hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to trees and power lines as well. Includes York, South Gastonia, Tegakay, Clover, Newport, going into Crowder's Mountain State Park, and Gastonia as well. So with the other severe thunderstorm warning, that severe thunderstorm is heading towards Greenville right now as we speak. It's going through Greenville right now. I can check and see how much wind is going through right now, and it's a pretty good amount. Obviously, this is very close to the radar, so things are going to be all over the place. But you can overall see, I mean, there are some pretty strong winds with it, especially inside of eastern Greenville as well. If you go on now, I do want to talk about the other ones. Over here in Darlington, South Carolina, there still is one going on for the next 33 minutes. Darlington, Quinby, and Florence is also. All of those areas are inside of a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And then the one down here in Marion going into Ketchuptown, Aner, going to Conway, and Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach as well. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds as that storm is moving just to the south, about to go through Conway, about to go through Carolina Forest as you go through the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. And these winds on this storm, again, pretty strong. But especially over here in eastern like Myrtle Beach up here near North Myrtle Beach. I mean, these are some winds you can see up here, 50, 60 miles per hour as I'm looking at it now. But winds will probably continue to keep on going through there. But overall, I mean, that's pretty much all the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. I do want to go on. I know this was a huge thing that we did last time we had severe weather coverage because there wasn't really a whole lot going on, and I want to bring that back. We looked at traffic cameras last time, and we went from places like Columbia, from Greenville down to Charleston, down into, which actually I think they actually do have some in Conway, Myrtle Beach, which actually I had no idea. So let's check. Let's go down here to Conway real quick, or actually no. Let's go over here to North Myrtle Beach first. You see what they got going on over here, where you can see pretty much it's raining. Not a lot of traffic, but I mean, this is the storm that we were just talking about with 60-mile-per-hour winds to it as well. If you go on to another camera over here near Little River, South Carolina, again, you can see the camera is moving kind of slightly. I don't know how well it's showing on stream, but camera is moving relatively as that storm pushes through there. If you go down here, let's go down to Myrtle Beach instead, where the storm is not even there yet, but people are still driving, people are still going through. Up here towards Conway, raining, and the winds are actually whipping pretty hard out there right now, but overall, again, not as much as over there, like in North Myrtle Beach, for example. Let's go on and move up here to the upstate of South Carolina, because there is obviously a storm going through Greenville right now. I want to go through this eastern side right here where traffic is pretty much at a standstill right now. This is going on I-85. I'm pretty sure this is north. This is the way it's headed to, where traffic is pretty much at a standstill now. Is that from the thunderstorms? You know, we don't know. But, I mean, overall, you can see it's brake lights galore on I-85 that's going through I believe that goes through the southern side of Greenville, and that goes actually up towards Spartanburg and up towards Charlotte, North Carolina as well. Let's go up here to Spartanburg, where you can see it's not as bad, but the one that I saw was over here. That was bad was over here inside of Greenville. So that's just what's going on there. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued that goes down for Scranton, Lake City, Johnsonville, Pamplico, as well as Timmonsville and Lamar inside of South Carolina as well. That is for quarter size hail and 60 mile per hour winds, and that's actually confirmed. That is a confirmed report, meaning that there is confirmed 60 mile per hour winds that is going through this region. Again, Timmonsville, Lamar, Lake City, Scranton, Coward, Pamplico, and Johnsonville inside of South Carolina. Confirmed 60 mile per hour winds are pushing through Darlington, pushing through Florence, South Carolina as well, which we didn't look at Darlington and Florence. We'll go ahead and check that out in a second. But that's going to easily move its way through. So make sure that you prepare for that. That's to be like the next hour or so. And then also, I think this is just an updated one if I'm not mistaken. No, this is a new one. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning as well over here for central Spartanburg County. That's for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail. Spartanburg, Lyman, Welford, Roebuck, and USC Upstate is included inside of that warning as well. And so overall, still a lot of storm activity going on, and it's expected to continue to get more and more widespread, more and more intense. And since we have, a good amount of people in here now, if you guys do want to go on and leave a chat inside of the chat, you have to go on and subscribe to the channel, as it's on subscriber only mode, and I will read them. I will read them because it doesn't move as fast, so I can easily read them. So if you want to go on and do that, you can. I do want to go on real quick and look over here because we did not look at Florence, since there actually is 60 mile per hour winds moving through. Let me move my way on over here real quick, and you can see that overall it's it's storming pretty hard out there. Not as bad. People have their hazard lights, which that is what you are supposed to do when it's raining this hard. And that just tells you just how hard it is raining outside. Everyone has their hazard lights on, and you usually, there's obviously those couple of people that don't have their hazard lights on when it is like this. Some people don't even have their headlights on in general, but the fact that you are seeing pretty much almost everybody having their hazard lights on, especially going at least in this direction, that just shows you just how intense the rainfall can be. That's on I-95 South, or facing towards I-95 South, going on mile marker 164. You can go even further down here, and you can see that there is nothing really going on here, but the more northern you go, just 4 miles to the north, you can just see how much it's changed in terms of intensity. So that's what's going on there. Let me check back over here. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. Includes Myrtle Beach going into Forestburg, Socastee, Bucksport, South Carolina, Bucksville, South Carolina going into Garden City, Murrells Inlet, Litchfield Beach, and Plantersville, South Carolina as well. That is, again, 60 mile per hour winds is going through Conway, Red Hill, Carolina Forest. It says at 6:46 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from the PD Crossroads to near Barefoot Landing area of North Myrtle Beach as well. And it's moving south at 30 miles an hour. Law enforcement reports 60 mile per hour winds and then quarter-sized hail as well. And then it says minor hail damage to vehicles is possible. Expect wind damage to trees and power line. That's Myrtle Beach, Conway, Surfside Beach, Pawleys Island going into Myrtle Beach Airport, Murrells Inlet, Red Hill, the Horry Georgetown Technical College Conway campus, Bucksville, PD Crossroads, Bucksport, Plantersville, and Coastal Carolina is all inside of that severe thunderstorm warning. So that's that goes for like the next 41 minutes or so. That expires at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So again, this will continue as the day progresses. That will continue as the day progresses. Let's go on now. Since we are here, let me go out and check out the chat one more time. Mr. Chris says, hello from Moncks Corner. What's the timing for the storms to hit Moncks Corner? I'm actually glad you said that so we can go on and look at the models and see what's going on there. Let me go on over here to the 21Z real quick. As you go on over here, let's go to the model cam so you won't see the ads on the side. So starting off here, this goes, pretty much from 6 p.m. This is 7 p.m. right here. And this is pretty much accurate of what's going on, but that will continue moving south, go through from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. as well. and even to 11 p.m. as well. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we could be here for a pretty long time. It might not just be, oh, well, it might be 30 minutes to an hour, and that's it. It might be a long time that we might be here, even as you go through around 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning, until it finally moves out of here. Now, 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't know if we're going to be here for that long, but overall, that's going to continue to move. And then by the time it exits the low country, it'll be around 4 a.m. But just talking about Moncks Corner in general, probably around 9 to 11, maybe even 12 o'clock in the morning, probably somewhere around there, 9, 10, 11 p.m. ish is when you probably should be expecting that inside of Moncks Corner. So hopefully that does answer your question there. Again, if you have not hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, or hit the share button here. Make sure you're going to do so. We've had 16 people tune in, only 4 likes. Make sure you're going to do so. We also did just get another new subscriber, so thank you to whoever that was. And I believe that is all in terms of the chat. Let me go on and check these storms once again over here near Greenville, where it is moving down towards Simpsonville now, Malden, South Carolina, as well as Reedville and Cashville inside of South Carolina. That's still moving down towards West Pelzer, Grays Court, and Cross Anchor. As well, Chester over here is getting their severe thunderstorm warning, moving down into Winnsboro. And then also over here, which is the biggest area that we're watching, is over here in Conway, South Carolina, Carolina Forest, and North Myrtle Beach. If you have any videos that you would want to share, go on and share it as we go on to, so we can go on and show them. Make sure that you go on and leave your location so I can see it. Again, the email for that is scweather360@gmail.com. Again, that is scweather360@gmail.com. So that's what we're looking at here. Let's see, anything else that we got? Mr. Richard says, hello from Grays Court, South Carolina. Hello to you. And then Trail says, lightning is sharp out there in Conway. Let me check out the winds real quick there one more time real quick. Yeah, overall, probably around, this is, again, just radar, so I don't know. We don't know, obviously, exactly the amount of winds that you're getting, but at the minimum, at least 30 miles an hour. At least minimum 30. And then over near 50 over here near Myrtle Beach, where they're receiving 50 mile per hour winds right now. And then as you continue over here towards Florence, where there actually is an observed tornado warning. Wow, no, not tornado warning, observed severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour winds. You can't really see too much. Again, that's kind of in a bad spot because the Columbia radar is all the way over here. And then we have the Wilmington radar all the way over here. So Florence kind of just gets cut right out of it. So, we don't know exactly the winds exactly. There was a new special weather statement that was issued over here for Winnsboro, South Carolina, going into Newberry, going into Jenkinsville, and Prosperity, South Carolina as well. That is for 50 mile per hour winds and half-inch sized hail. That goes for the next hour or so. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecured objects. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible as well. And if you hear those beepings inside the background, that's pretty much severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings up there. Because it's not just South Carolina, it's also up here inside of Minnesota as well, where they just got a new tornado warning over there. But so that's what you hear. This severe thunderstorm warning was just updated up here for Conway as it just continues to produce those 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in Ivory hail as we continue through. And overall, I believe that is about all in terms of just all of the warnings that are going on. We can circle back real quick and go to the power outages because power outages are obviously rising, and it just updated another 2 minutes ago. So Spartanburg County now getting a lot of that storm now. 4,000 people are without power now. Greenville has 3,000 without power. And so far, 10,000 people throughout the entire state of South Carolina without power. In Horry County, 721 people are without power. Dillon, 1,181 are without power as well. It has places even down, again, probably nothing to do with the storms, but Berkeley County has 27 people without power. Dorchester have 8 people. Charleston has 100 people without power. And again, probably nothing to do with storms, but just interesting to look at is even York has 675 people without power. And just in terms of the state, um, we are now inside of the yellow area in terms of power outages. You have the blue, which means 0 to around 9,999 people without power. Then you have yellow, which is 10,000 to 49,000 people without power. Then you have the orange, which is 50,000 to 99,000. Then once you get to the red, that's like 100,000 plus without power. So we're inside the yellow area now, as over 10,000 people are without power now as we speak. Most of that being, like I said, Spartanburg and Greenville, South Carolina as well. So that's it in terms of power outages. Trail says the wind is strong. Here again, if you can get a video, please send it to me so we can go on and look at it. Only safely though, you know, if you don't feel safe or comfortable going to get the video, obviously, I understand that. But it would be nice to have a nice video that we can look at. And overall, let me go on and check out. We just looked at cameras earlier. Let's go on and check back again since we're over here. Since we were talking about Conway earlier, let's go on and check it out again. You can see down here, I have no idea where this is. This is US 501 North at 16th Avenue inside of Conway, where you can see overall there is still a lot of people out there driving on the roads, with the roads actually being not flooded, but there's definitely standing water on roadways right now as we speak. And if you continue on to over here, this is US 501 and US 701 interchanging together. And you can see that you can barely see anything out here, as it is extremely dark right now. Checking down here again inside of Myrtle Beach again. Same thing down here. Can barely see anything. It looks very dark. There's a big line of traffic that you can see on this one. This is US 17 North and 38th Avenue North as well. As you continue through, go up here to North Myrtle Beach, where I believe it should be calming down a lot more. Yes, it's definitely calming down a lot more. They have a little bridge that's closed, but this is Little River Bridge right here at South Carolina 90. And then we can scroll out even more. We can go into other places as well. This is over here inside of Greenville, Spartanburg again, where you can see there's a lot of congestion going on. This is again I-85. We were just looking at this camera earlier, and you can see that there is a full standstill, or almost a standstill, going on for this region. This is I-85 South, going south towards Greenville at mile marker 51.2. And that's going to continue to go on there. Let's go down over here to 385, where you can see the storm really is moving down to the south some more. So we just saw in Greenville, it's calming down a little bit. But down here near like Simpsonville, for example, you can see it's really starting to pick up a lot more. And that's not, obviously, that's not something that we should really be surprised about, as this storm is continuing to move its way down to the south even more. About to move through. It's moving through Simpsonville right now as we speak. It's pretty much about to get out of like Greer, South Carolina, Duncan, Travelers Rest. But they still got a little bit more time to go. There was a new special weather statement that was issued for Sumter, South Carolina, as well as Bishopville, Elliott, Lynchburg, and Maysville. That is for 50-mile-per-hour winds. That's about to move through that region right now. And overall, I believe that we still, again, have a little bit more time to go until we really start to get things moving. But it is already kind of moving a little bit. Let's go and check out the chat one more time. Mr. Richard says, wind is getting up big time. Let me look at where Grays Court, South Carolina is. I believe it's inside Lawrence County. Yeah. Over here inside Grays Court, you actually are under a severe thunderstorm warning for those 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also 0.88, which is nickel-sized hail. And you're right there, actually near 385. I can actually move down there right now. Actually, there is no camera down there right now in Grays Court, South Carolina. It's the closest one that you have is over here just in southern Simpsonville. and you can see that it's raining pretty hard. So you're about to get that storm soon. Mr. Oliver says, do we need to be concerned here? I'm going to assume you're talking about here in the low country. Not right now, but later tonight. Definitely you need to be watching for that. This is the camera right here. This is 197 right here, inside of Somerville right here. Again, nothing going on. It's probably cloudy right now, but again, nothing really going on. You can even go down into let's do over here, right here near the rest area in Latson, South Carolina. Again, nothing going on at all. Moving on down, you can even go down to downtown Charleston as well, where again, it's actually sunny right now. So pretty much right now, there's actually, nothing going on there, but it will be, later tonight. I should be here later tonight unless something happens. Again, power can cut out, and, I could be disconnected. I mean, that's, again, all a total possibility that happens if a big storm comes through. We definitely need to, I definitely do need to be watching for that once they get to my area. But for right now, they're not here yet, so we still got a lot more time to go. And overall, let me see. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning over here that was just issued for Bishopville, South Carolina, going into Turbeville and Manning, going into Somerton, Pinewood, and Wedgefield, South Carolina. That was for some small hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds that goes on and continues through. The severe thunderstorm warning over here in Conway, it has now started moving down towards Bucksville, Toddville, and Socastee. Going down past Myrtle Beach now, as Conway is still getting that, that huge storm with it right now through Red Hill as well. North Myrtle Beach, I should say, is also about to get out of it in probably the next 10 to 13, 15 minutes-ish or so. And I do believe that we still need to be watching for that up there, and then they issue something over here inside of North Carolina, but that's in North Carolina over here, but it might actually move down off the coast of South Carolina as well. Let me check the chat again real quick. Richard says, thanks for the gray court info. No problem at all. No problem at all. As there still is, you still got a little bit of time up there before it completely gets to you, just in general. But I think that, again, we just go over the warnings, once we get something new, we just go over and check it out, because, again, there's not a whole lot going on right now. Again, we still are waiting to see. They have not updated anything power outage-wise either. And they also have not really said anything in terms of the cameras. I mean, they're pretty much the same thing right now. I do want to go on, since we're in this bit of a lull time, I can talk about the area forecast discussion. This was from the National Weather Service of Charleston, who put the atmosphere across the southeast of South Carolina and the southeast Georgia remains quite unstable with hot and humid conditions in place. Instability shows values up to 3,000 to 4,000 joules per kilogram, with dew points holding in the lower to mid 70s as well. Strong to severe thunderstorms that are moving into the northern Midlands and the PD out of North Carolina are steadily congealing along several convective outflow boundaries, with some interactions along the sea breeze noted over far southeastern North Carolina. So if you have no idea what I just said, pretty much it's saying that the thing that is producing the storms, it's still going on, and it's getting some interactions along the sea breeze as well that comes from the coast. It pretty much says it probably will reach the Santee River roughly between 8 to 9 p.m. Activity will then steadily push south through the remainder of the low country and into southeast Georgia. Although some nocturnal cooling will occur with the loss of heating. Obviously, storms, they need that heat to get going, and there will be a lot of fuel for storms to work off as they interact with a multitude of convective outflows. So the primary hazard with these storms will be damaging winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Again, pretty much throughout the entire state, if you have not already received your storm. So that, again, that includes the low country of South Carolina, the southern Midlands as well, as it moves its way through. And, as we saw with the models, I believe that they're some people might actually get hit, one time and then maybe another time. You can see right here. This right here was at 6 p.m. and as it pushes its way through, you can see like down here in the southern Midlands, they get their little storm, or I should honestly say like over here they get the storm, and then potentially another round could come through. But I think once you get to around like, I'd say around like 9 p.m., you can see up here, and then some more rainfall comes through right behind it again. Over here by around 3 a.m. Now that probably won't be severe, but I mean definitely still some rainfall behind this actual system as it moves into Alabama and Georgia as well. I do want to go on as well and look at Columbia, because they were probably the ones that were harping on it the most, that this might be a day that we really do have to watch for. As they pretty much just says dangerous heat continues into the evening as well, which actually I do want to go on and check out the heat, but we'll go on and check that out in just a second. They also say that numerous showers and thunderstorms are likely this evening. Significant severe weather threat possible, damaging to destructive winds and large hail is the primary hazards. Now, destructive winds, that's winds from 80 miles an hour. So that's what's going on there that they got. Dangerous heat will continue as temperatures have reached 100 degrees. I know at the National Weather Service of Columbia, they recorded a temperature of up to 100 degrees. And then also the threat for severe weather remains on track, pretty much. I did just get a report from Trail, who says lights out in Bucksport, South Carolina. Thank you so much for saying that inside of the chat and reporting that inside the chat. And also, while we're here, make sure that if you have not subscribed button again, make sure you go and do so. We have 506 subscribers at the bottom left side of your screen. At the bottom left side of your screen. If you want to go on and hit the subscribe button, you can. It's free. It takes quite literally like 2 seconds to do. You just need to have a YouTube account in order to do so. So we do have some good news, though. There's a severe thunderstorm warning up here for Carolina Shores. That's like the border of South Carolina, North Carolina. But Carolina Shores, Sunset Beach, going into North Myrtle Beach is now being allowed to expire right now. And we were talking about how power outages. Yes, I mean, down here in Bucksport, South Carolina, they're getting 60-mile-per-hour winds. Conway is coming down a lot more. But 60-mile-per-hour winds down there, down inside of Myrtle Beach as well. They're still getting around maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour, but the majority of these winds right now are pushing through towards Bucksport and Burgess, South Carolina as well. And so that will continue more. We had some people up here near Simpsonville and Grace Court where there still is, as that storm has not quite made it yet, still to Grace Court yet, but it is continuing down that path. And honestly, it seems like that the storm is going inside of a southwest trajectory. So again, the storm pretty much is going in pretty much almost all directions. If you can replay it, you can see that pretty much. You can see as it pushes its way through, and you can actually kind of see the outflow boundary. You can see like this line right here, right here. You see right there on your screen like that, these little shower right here, or almost looks like little showers, but they're not actually little showers. They're just a boundary that will obviously be producing these storms, and so that's what the National Weather Service is looking at, and why in the world they have these that enhanced risk of severe weather, which I actually can show real quick, because I don't even think we've shown the risk for severe weather for today. Let me go in and show that right now, and we can even go into tomorrow. So this is for, again, today, enhanced risk of severe weather. That's for Spartanburg, Greenville, Rock Hill, going into Columbia, and Aiken, South Carolina as well. That has a 30% chance for damaging winds in the orange. You have a 15% in the yellow, and then you have no one's inside the green, but that's a 5% chance of damaging winds in the green. There is actually a hail threat as well. Isolated large hail of up to an inch in diameter is possible. Maybe even some ping pong sized hail is possible, which is obviously more than an inch. If you go into tomorrow, that we do have a marginal risk of severe weather for tomorrow as well. Probably won't go live tomorrow, but it is just to be known that it is there. And if you go into day 3, this is Friday, again, marginal risk, Columbia, Aiken, Greenville, Spartanburg, Rock Hill, and places like that. Again, damaging winds and large hail is the primary concern with that. Let me go on and check and see real quick if there's any other power outages or anything like that, and then we'll go on and check out the camera system again. But right now, as of 7:02 p.m., 1,000 people are without power in Horry County, 1,181 people in Dillon County, almost 1,200 in Cherokee County, 5,000 is now out in Spartanburg County, and 6,000 is now out in Greenville. So these areas are still receiving these heavy storms and causing more and more power to go out as the evening progresses as well, and that will most likely spread more and more the more south and east you go. But that's just, again, like I said, this is just the start of the severe weather that we will be receiving for today. Let me go on and check this over here since we are here. I can go on and check and see this is again inside of Simpsonville, South Carolina, which this is the same camera that we checked. This is the same camera that we checked around, I believe, not even like, I think not even like 5 to 10 minutes ago. And you're still seeing just this heavy amount of rainfall that they got going on throughout this region. If you go on and continue to move this out, go back up into Greenville, where you can definitely see things have calmed down a lot more. It's no longer, dull and gray. It's starting to lighten up a little bit, and the rain so far has still, let up. But the roads are still wet. The roads are still wet, so that definitely means that you should still be driving carefully if you are out there as well. Moving up here towards Spartanburg as well, you can see that there is, they pretty much have cleared up over here pretty much in general. Winds are still pushing though, and the roads obviously are still wet, but people are still going out, I guess just driving like regular, so I guess things have cleared up pretty much up there. And then overall, let me move on down here into, this is inside of West Pelzer. I believe this is inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing going on for them right now as we speak. And then let me go on and check the chat one more time, see if we have anything else that I missed or anything else that I need to read. Nothing else that I can see here that I need to read right now. So I'm going to go on and put a poll inside the chat real quick and say, are you ready for the severe tonight? I should honestly say. Alright, so there is a new poll inside the chat. You can go on and vote inside of that if you want to. I'm not quite sure if you need a YouTube account to do that or not. But the poll is inside the chat, so if you do want to go on and vote in that, I pretty much asked if you are ready, which if you are not ready, you need to get ready because it is definitely going to be coming your way soon. And at least you will have that chance in order to do so. There is, I believe did they just update this? I believe they have not yet. So we're still waiting to see when they have that model update, and we'll go over the latest models and see what they show. I'm not quite sure if our evening forecast update will still be the same. I promised, I know I said to Ms. Tolliver last night that we would be doing the just to see how it will get cooler inside of South Carolina. When will it get cooler inside of South Carolina? But for right now, obviously, with this stuff going on, I'm not quite sure. Which means actually I should probably pull up the temperatures real quick, because I actually do want to see what those temperatures are looking like right now. So this is over here. I'm going to start over here inside of Columbia. Or actually, we'll do, well, yeah, we'll just do Columbia because that's just the capital. But right now, you can see that there is, still some hot temperatures going on. Obviously, with the storms going on, that will most likely change, like 74 up here for places like Marion, 70, 69, Florence is 79, but in Myrtle Beach, it's 82. And in like Columbia, it's still 97. And in Greenville, it's like still 95. Spartanburg, it's 77. Now, it just matters on, just where those storms are. Now, obviously, this is not exact. This was last updated around 7 p.m. That was around 15 minutes ago. But in like Charleston, it's still 84. Beaufort, it's still 89. Hilton Head Island, it's still like 86. And if you go to feel like temperatures as well, because that's what we all want to know. Feel like temperatures 102 in Columbia, 97 inside of Somerville, which honestly might be hotter than that because my actual weather station says it's 104 right now. Sumter says 104 as well. Myrtle Beach still says 90 as well, going up into Greenville says 102, Clemson 104, Anderson 104 as well. So it is still very, very hot out there. Still very, very hot out there right now as we speak. We just got two new severe thunderstorm warnings. The first one occurred up here for Rock Hill, South Carolina, going into Richburg, South Carolina, and Great Falls, South Carolina. That is for ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that will go on as you go through the next hour as it moves its way through. And there was a humongous severe thunderstorm warning that borders Berkeley County and Charleston County, Kingstree, Lake City, Georgetown, Litchfield Beach, going into Lane, South Carolina, going to Andrews, South Carolina, and Spring Gully, South Carolina. That's for like the next hour or so. So this is slowly making its way into the low country of South Carolina soon. It probably will be here over like the next hour or two when you will start to receive your storms down there. But they did cancel a couple. I think there was a severe thunderstorm warning up here. I know the one for Loris got canceled. The one for North Myrtle Beach as well. Over here near Little River got canceled. Ketchup Town got canceled. I know that. The one inside of Chester, I believe. Oh, no, that one's still going on. That one is still going on right now as we speak. But let's go and read the discussion on this. This one says 1 inch average hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. That's for southern Florence County, Georgetown County, pretty much the entire county of Georgetown and the entire county of Williamsburg until 8:45 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail is the main threat. So actually, that goes for the next hour and 30 minutes. So that's not even for just an hour in general. That goes for the next hour and 30 minutes. It says for your protection, move into interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, all of that's radar indicated. It's all sold by radar right now as we speak as well. Mr. Oliver says, did our crazy score go up? I actually have not set the crazy score to do it yet. So for right now, honestly, I don't have it right now. I'll go back and we'll do it right now, and start it, see what it says. Let me go on. I gotta get the forecast discussions real quick. But no, I have not started it yet, but I will get started on that right now. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning that did just get issued. Again, that was for over here where we had our special weather statement for Winnsboro, South Carolina, and Newberry. That goes into Little Mountain, South Carolina, right almost near Chapin, South Carolina. Ridgeway, South Carolina, and Winnsboro is now in there. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 0.88 inches, which is a nickel sized hail. Again, that goes for the next hour or so until 8:15 p.m. So about like the next hour or so. Expect damage to trees and power lines for Newberry, Winnsboro, the VC Summer Nuclear Station, Whitmer, Prosperity, Fairfield County Airport, Jenkinsville, Newberry College as well. Going into the Newberry County Airport, Little Mountain, and Pomaria. Or Parmaria. I'm not quite sure of how they say that, but I believe it is Pomaria. And then as this severe thunderstorm is now moved out of Spartanburg, it has now completely moved out of Spartanburg, so there is no longer really too much of a severe threat as that expires in the next 10 minutes. They might allow this to expire early, but you can see that the winds up there, they might still be a little bit gusty, but overall, this doesn't really show too much in terms of wind right now. I did remember one thing that I could actually do. I can go check out people's weather stations because obviously people have weather stations, and it's on a public network where you can get it. So I can go, for example, in Greenville. This person right here had around 0.86 inches of rainfall, but what some people, when you put in weather station, you have to make sure that it's high up in the air and inside of an open area, because if it is low, you won't get winds. Like this person right here, it says they only got around 7.5 in terms of wind gusts, but guarantee they probably had more than that, probably because the weather station is either inside of an enclosed area or it's too low to the ground. So you really just have to find a good one that you can find that really just shows how much rainfall they've received. Like this person, 21, that one might be a little bit more accurate, but I'll continue to look for that as we go through. Let's see if they've adjusted our power outage map anymore. Right now, they have. We actually have a lot more. A lot more. There is now 30,000 people without power in South Carolina. We have been watching this thing rise from just 6,000 people without power all the way up to 30,000 people. That's from Cherokee, 1,200 people are without power, and then Spartanburg, 6,000. Greenville, now 10,000 people alone inside of Greenville has no power right now. Lawrence has 1,794 without power. Williamsburg has 430. Florence has 1,300. Dillon, they're starting to get their power back at 927. Horry County now has 2.5 thousand people without power. Georgetown has 130 without power, and the storm's not even there yet. Actually, well, kind of is there, but not in the main Georgetown region. Actually, I do want to check this out, because the storm right here seems to be packing some heavy wind, and it is pretty much, again, 40 to 60 miles per hour going through. Again, we watched it go through Bucksport. We watched it as it moves down towards Plantersville and Mount Tabor, going into Sandy Island and down into Pawleys Island as well in Murrells Inlet. And then as you continue along the beaches, 40 to 50 miles per hour down through Myrtle Beach, Surfside Beach, and Garden City Beach as well. And as the main storm has now moved its way, we've been talking about Conway for a good, little minute now. That storm has pretty much started to just get out of that area a lot more. So we can go back over here and check and see what's going on. I do want to check what's going on in Murrells Inlet, though. But I'll check that out in just a second. But you can see it's definitely has calmed down a lot more. Still have power. So this part of Conway did not lose power at all. Also over here, they seem to have power as well. So Conway itself did not seem to do too bad. And even if the power was out, these cameras would not be working, obviously. So the fact that they're still up means that that the storm wasn't really that bad in these areas. Over here, this is more towards Carolina Forest, in which, this just looks like regular traffic right here. I don't really see anything too bad happening there. Going over towards Myrtle Beach again, you can pretty much see that there is still, a good storm going through, but it's still not anything too bad. I did say I want to look at Murrells Inlet, and you can see that it is, for right now, it seems like that it is storming over here. The wind is pushing. It's hard to see on camera, but obviously these winds are pushing pretty hard right now. And even as you can go down, because Murrells Inlet actually hasn't even been hit by the main storm yet. So actually, this is actually going to be a camera that I'm going to watch to see what goes through. I'm going to move it over here, actually, so I can keep an eye on that as I go through. But let me check on over here. The one over here, we haven't checked on this severe thunderstorm warning in a hot minute. Over here for Taxahaw, South Carolina, going into Birdtown and Midway Crossroads, as an inch in Iron Hail and 60 mile per hour winds are going through that region as well. James says, I live in Greenville County. We've had limb. We had 5-inch diameter limb fall into the yard. Okay. 5-inch diameter limb fall into the yard. Okay. I thought I saw hail for a second. I was about to be like, whoa, that is kind of insane. But 5-inch in a diameter limb fall into the yard. That is a good report to have, and I can actually go on, because if you guys actually give me the reports, I can actually go on and give it to the National Weather Service themselves, and they can go on and dock it inside of their they can actually dock it inside of their system that they have. And speaking of, I actually do have you can actually look up the damage reports that we actually had for today, just in general, and that will add as we get later into the day. But for right now, we can go on and check it out. So we've actually had some good damage go through. This right here, this was for Florence. Trees down in Florence as well. Let's see, that was tree down, tree down. And then this also says tree down in Florence. So there's a lot going on. Gaffney, it says a smattering. I've never heard of that word, a smattering of down trees and power lines between East Gaffney and Cherokee Falls as well. In Conway, there's damage. Trees are down in Conway as well. And overall, those are the only damage reports that we have so far, but we know that we had some in Greenville, where we had limbs falling down in Greenville, and then we had power out in Bucksport, South Carolina. So, still, stuff we'll add on to here more and more the more we get into, obviously, the next couple of hours or so. I can go in and load these as well. Then go on and push that over here. There we go. Alright, there we go. We got that settled right here. The severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire inside of Central Horry County. That includes Conway, Red Hill, Hickory Grove, and North Myrtle Beach. So if you are inside of those areas, your severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to expire, and it will just pretty much be rainfall as the severe weather is going to continue moving through towards Lake City. As well, it's impacting Lake City right now. Hemingway's Stuckey, South Carolina, going towards Kingstree and Georgetown as we continue through the next hour and some change. And then pretty much nothing else really new is occurring right now as we speak. Let's go and check out the poll that I put inside the chat. I asked, are you ready for the severe weather coming tonight? So far, 20% says yes, 80% says no. I honestly am ready for the severe weather. Again, well, I mean, if the power goes out, obviously. If the power goes out, obviously, you know, I probably will wait for it to come back on and then come back on live just in case if there's still stuff going on, because whenever the storm gets to my house. But for right now, I say I am prepared for it for now. Let me go on and check it out. Check out just the areas. I can see Low Country of South Carolina, absolutely nothing going on right now. Midlands overall, I mean, you just have this area up here in the northern Midlands, like we talked about in Winsboro, upstate. Obviously, a lot going on in PD and Grand Strand, just a whole bunch of stuff going on. As you can just see, I mean, just look at this line of storms that extends all the way from Bethune, South Carolina, all the way towards the coastal regions. As it goes from Bethune all the way past Bishopville towards Florence to Lake City to Hemingway to Myrtle Beach to Carolina Forest to all of these regions that we were watching for. I mean, just this huge area. We've had some new people tune in as well, so I do want to go on and show this real quick. But first, we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. Severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Anderson, South Carolina, as well as Due West, South Carolina, Belton, South Carolina, and Meadowbrook, South Carolina as well. That's for 1 inch in average hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's, again, for like the next hour or so. That goes through southwestern Lawrence County, south central Greenville County, central Anderson County, northeastern Abbeville County, and Greenwood County as well. Minor hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to trees and power lines. Again, that's for Anderson, Homeland Park, Belton, North Lake, Honea Pass, Ware Shoals, Due West, Donalds, at the Anderson Airport as well. So please report damaging winds, hail to the local to the National Weather Service by calling the, well, you can also call the toll-free number. That's 1-800-267-8101, or by posting it on Facebook or tweet it using the hashtag NWSGSP or the NWSCAE or the National or the NWSCHS or the NWSILM. Your message should describe the event and the specific location of where it occurred. So make sure that if you do send a report, rather that it be to me or from somebody else, make sure that you go on and do so. I'm going to go on real quick and drink some water real quick. I will be back in around like, or fill up my water bottle, I should say. I'll be back in about like 30 seconds or so. All right, I'm back. Got my water refilled, which means also you should be doing that as well because obviously, I mean, if even if you are inside, make sure that you are hydrated as well because obviously it was hot pretty much almost all day today, and it still is hot for a lot of regions as well. So make sure that you are staying hydrated. And I do want to check now, see if they have updated the models now. They have. So new models are now out. This was updated at 7 o'clock p.m. Let's go on and go over it real quick, starting off 7 p.m. This was obviously the time where those showers and thunderstorms were moving through the PD region, going through the upstate as well. That will continue moving its way down, and you can see that even by 10 p.m. I mean, that's just how long we could potentially be here. We could be all the way here all the way through, and you know, just keep on going through as we go to around 12 o'clock in the morning. But again, it just matters on when these storms calm down. When it's maybe only like one severe thunderstorm warning, but for now, I mean, this will continue. Again, these storms have the chance to produce 70 to 80 miles per hour as well. I also have my soundboard on as well. I actually have like a tornado siren added onto it. It's mainly would only be used if we ever got like a destructive severe thunderstorm, and that would be winds of up to 80 to 90 miles per hour. But again, who knows if we'll need to use that or not. So, but I will be monitoring that. Let me go on and check out the radar again. You can see that there was a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued down here, or maybe that was from no, this is for this one. Right here, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Clinton, South Carolina, as well as Cross Hill, South Carolina. That is for 60 mile per hour winds and 1.5 inch diameter hail. That is ping pong ball. Yes, ping pong ball sized hail. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, sidings, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to trees and power lines as well as for Clinton, Joanna, Cross Hill, Mountville, Kennards, and Lake Greenwood as well. So again, people and animals outdoors, if hit by hail, will be injured. Because ping pong ball sized ice falling down and hitting you on the head from the sky at 60 miles per hour, that's probably not the best combination. So that's probably your warning that you probably should get inside if you have not already throughout this region. And pretty much everyone should, no matter if you have hail or not. If you have a severe thunderstorm warning near you at all, you should be inside and not outside. And again, I say you should go on and take pictures if it's safe. Say only if it is safe. If it's not safe, obviously, please do not go outside because that is not the best thing to do. Let's go ahead and check out the subscriber count. Last time I checked, we had 506. We now have 508 subscribers. So thank you to whoever those people were. Let's go and give a round of applause for them real quick. Yeah, for the people who are tuning in for the first time, we give a round of applause regularly. Rather it be for if it is, for example, Wednesday, which it is Wednesday evening, which means you're halfway through the week as well. So that would be something we give applause for. If it's Friday, you've made it through the week, or if we made it to a subscriber goal, we go on and hit, the applause as well. So that's for, obviously the new people that have no idea what in the world we're applauding for. But we're at 508. Let's keep it pushing, keep it going. Let's go on and continue. Make sure that you share the stream with people inside of South Carolina as well, obviously, because somebody might watch this and be like, oh, shoot, I didn't know we actually had severe weather today. So that would be very good if they could get this information here. Um, Let me go on real quick and check the power outages again. We have not checked. It's 7:12. Was the last time it got updated. It's now 7. It now got updated around 7:23. Horry County now has 3,000 people without power. Florence has 1.5K. Cherokee has 1.2. Spartanburg 6,000. Greenville 10,000. So around the same. Around the same for these regions right now as we speak. Williamsburg now has 500 people. Georgetown now gaining as well at 200 people right now without power, probably more, as this was, again, was last updated at 7:23. That was 12 minutes ago. So that could definitely get more and more higher as we continue through. For now, though, I am reading some stuff off of Twitter. Pretty much just a line of severe thunderstorms are approaching the low country from the northeast. Capable of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Charleston County and Berkeley County are on deck. Stay alert. That was from meteorologist Brant Beckman at News 2 Today in downtown Charleston. So, pretty much those areas that he called out, Charleston County, Berkeley County, those are the next area in line for these areas down here. Santee going into Orangeburg, those areas are going to be next as well. Going down into Columbia, that's another area that will be hit next as well. Even going into Greenwood, South Carolina, Abbeville, South Carolina, Saluda, South Carolina, those areas are next. And obviously the areas that probably will be hit last will be some areas like Aiken, going down to Walterboro, Hampton, Allendale, Ridgeland, Beaufort, places like that. Those areas will probably be the last hit areas in terms for these storms as we go into tonight. So for right now, let me see, I just saw something. Now, National Weather Service at Columbia posted broken lines of thunderstorms, some of which are severe, continue to move south and southwestward through the Midlands and towards the Columbia region. It says that a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for pretty much the entire state of South Carolina until midnight tonight. So we do still have to watch these again until 12 o'clock in the morning. That will, I'm not quite sure if I'll be here for the entire time until 12 o'clock in the morning, but definitely we will be here for a good amount of that as it is almost 8 o'clock. It is 7:37 right now as we speak, and I probably will not be doing an evening forecast update at 9 o'clock p.m. like we regularly do. Obviously, with this stuff going on, it's severe weather coverage that cuts it off pretty much. So we're probably not going to do a forecast for tonight. Tomorrow morning we will obviously still be here. Though the severe thunderstorm warning up here for Timminsville, Lamar, and Lydia, South Carolina, going into Coward and Johnsonville, South Carolina, is getting ready to expire in about 7 minutes. The one over here in Georgetown, South Carolina, still has another hour to go. The one in Sumter has around 22 minutes, including Manning and Somerton as well. The one up here in Greenville, Spartanburg, which still has, a couple of storms in it, that's going to go through for like the next 22 minutes. And then over here, Anderson, Belton, Due West, that has like another hour on it until that goes away. And so that's it there. Let's go on and check out these cameras again, because we haven't checked it out in a second, and now we have some new areas now that are about to get hit. We don't have any inside of Georgetown County, which is unfortunate. We do have one up here near Manning, South Carolina, though, that is about to get hit soon. Let me check over here. Here we go. As my thing, it just turned black for just a second. Hold on 1 second. Let me go in and fix that real quick. Alright, there we go. It should be back to normal. I think it just freaked out on me for just a second. But overall, from what I'm seeing right now, it is still pretty much just like the normal activity. They're not really doing, too much out there right now. Just cars driving on the road regularly, just as they would usually. For right now, it's still actually kind of light out there right now. They did just, get rid of the one down here in Florence, but I do want to see what's going on over here. Traffic's over here still flowing smoothly as well over here in Florence as well. Moving on down over here check back in where we last saw in Murrells Inlet. Things have calmed down over here as well. Definitely not as bad as it once was, as actually the storm over here inside of Murrells Inlet it's pretty much moved out of that area, moving down towards Litchfield Beach, but there obviously is nothing going on. Or not nothing going on, but there's no cameras down there right now. So we can't really do anything there. Over here near Columbia, obviously Columbia is probably going to be next in line in terms of some of these storms right now, but you can see it's pretty much just cloudy over there. You can actually still see part of the sunset going on inside of Columbia right now as we speak. And overall, it just stays relatively quiet right now inside of these areas right now. I can go actually up here towards Newberry, or at least close. Actually, no, I cannot. I can go over here towards Clinton, though, where there just was a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued over here, but I don't really see much going on this camera, nor do I see, or actually this one says no stream not available. I don't think it might not be because of power, but it might just be because it's just down just in general. But honestly, I have no idea what would be going on to why it would be out. But there is nothing going on over there that's really too severe right now. But we're still waiting for that through there. And overall, I mean, there's not really any new warnings in terms of South Carolina right now, as we're still waiting to see what's going on. Let me check out the chat one more time, see if we have anything else real quick that I missed. For right now, nope, I'm not seeing anything else. You guys can still leave chats, by the way, inside of the chat if you want to. I will still go over there and read them if you want me to. And then the poll, right now, 30% says yes, 67, or 33% says yes, 67% still says no. I do want to go on real quick and see if they've updated it, the power thing for right now. They have 734, and overall, I mean, they're just climbing more and more. They're just climbing more and more. The one in Greenville and Spartanburg has calmed down. Anderson now has 1,000 people without power. Horry County now has almost 2,000 people. Georgetown has went from 100 without power to all the way to 500 people without power now as we speak. Williamsburg is around the same. Not really, I mean, not anything really going on. We now just had a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Russellville, South Carolina, Jamestown, South Carolina going to McClellanville, Allendale, Moncks Corner, and Panopolis, South Carolina going into Bonnu Beach and Mount Holly. That is for Berkeley County. That is, again, moving its way more and more, and that is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So you have to be indoors for this. It just says these storms have a history of producing damaging winds through the PD region, and it's moving its way down to the low country right now as we speak. So if you're inside of Moncks Corner, Jamestown, McClellanville, Allendale, and Russellville inside of South Carolina, you have to be getting indoors and away from those windows. At 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are on the way to your location right now. And this also is getting mighty close to downtown Charleston as well as it continues its way down. That goes for the next hour or so. That goes all the way until 8:45 p.m. And this will continue to make its way more and more across Dorchester County through to Colleton County. And honestly, there still is no severe thunderstorm watch over here for Colleton County or Allendale County or Fairfax County or other places like that. So honestly, I'm not quite sure if they're going to issue that later or if they're just not going to issue it at all. But right now, the storm right here is really the main concern for most of us as it continues through. There was another new severe thunderstorm warning up here. This was for Camden, South Carolina, and Elgin, South Carolina, and Boykin, South Carolina. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds that's moving through there right now as we speak. And also, I did forget to say for the severe thunderstorm warning down here, 70-mile-per-hour winds, that will do considerable damage, which is why it has the considerable tag on it in terms of severe weather and in terms of just how much damage it can do. Just because it says radar indicated these storms have a history of producing winds. Expect there will be considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings will all be damaged. So make sure that you're watching for that as it goes through, even through Goose Creek and Mount Pleasant and Daniel Island as well. And so just a lot of stuff going on down there that's going to continue to move its way down that way. The severe thunderstorm warning for Florence is now gone. There's nothing else there anymore. This severe thunderstorm warning right here just expired. This is again for the Timmonsville and Lamar one. That one just expired right now as we speak, and so that's continuing its way through. So that is it there. If we already looked at the models from earlier, let's see if we have any sort of other damage reports that we are missing out on. Let's go on and check this out so far. As we go on, and while we wait for that, we've had 85 people tuned in, and we only have 11 likes. We've had 85 people tuned in, and we only have 11 likes. So make sure that if you have not hit the like button yet, make sure you go and do so. Hit the share button, share with all the people as well. And we are still right now, at 508 subscribers right now. In Florence, there was, or that was a damage report. That was a thunderstorm wind damage report. There was some damage over here near Georgetown. This is inside of near Litchfield Beach, as large trees are down. And then over here inside of Oatland, inside of Georgetown County, tree down in the roadway in Oatland, South Carolina. There also is hail reports as well in Simpsonville, South Carolina. Quarter-sized hail is at the intersection of Cheyenne Drive and Capewood Drive. Time is estimated from radar. That was around, it says 1.00. That was around I believe that's around 8 o'clock. Yes, 8 o'clock right there. So around, or not 8 o'clock, but 7 o'clock, I believe it is. So that's what they're looking for, or looking at there. And then as these storms just continue to move through there. Let me go on and check and see if I'm missing anything else on or X, Twitter, or anything, or, whatever you call it. Right now, not really seeing anything else. The National Weather Service of Charleston did just expire their heat advisory early. That's for Bullitt County, Candler, Bryan County, Chatham County, Effingham, Evans, going into Jenkins, and then Allendale, Beaufort, Charleston, Dorchester, Berkeley, all pretty much all the areas that had a heat advisory in the National Weather Service of Charleston area has now pretty much gotten rid of their heat advisory. Severe thunderstorm warning continues over here for Georgetown, going into King Street, Pawleys Island, and Murrells Inlet, going into Andrews, Plantersville, and Oatland as well. That is now observed now. It actually is observed now. So that again goes for 60 mile per hour winds and nickel-sized hail, and the winds are actually observed, meaning that there are confirmed 60 mile per hour winds moving through the storm. And that probably will be from probably over here near, just to the east of King Street, probably over here near Morrisville, Snowtown, and Bloomingvale, with this heavy amount of rainfall right here. But it could also be over there, near going through King Street as well, but most likely that region. The severe thunderstorm warning also does continue over here for Camden, South Carolina as well. That goes still for 60 mile per hour winds as that continues through as well. There was a severe thunderstorm warning over here that was just issued that goes for Mountain Rest, South Carolina, and the Sumter National Park, including Pine Mountain and Whetstone, South Carolina. That is for 60 mile per hour winds again, and half dollar size hail. That's 1.25 inches in diameter right there. And so I believe that these storms up here going on inside of or this little area that we have going on right here, that will continue down going towards Long Creek, South Carolina, going into Georgia by that time. And speaking of, since South Carolina, pretty much everything here is pretty much normal, from what we've been reporting through for the past hour or so. Which, how long have we been here? We've been here for an hour and around 18 minutes. An hour and around 18 minutes or so. I do want to see what's going on throughout the entire U.S., though. And not just South Carolina as well. But this is over here inside of Georgia has some severe storms going on. Alabama has some severe storms. Florida has some severe storms as well. Tornado watch is up here inside of This is, up in Minnesota, Wisconsin. Also severe weather in Pennsylvania and West Virginia as well. North Carolina is still receiving some storm, but out here in the west, there's absolutely nothing going on in terms of severe weather, just in general. In terms of the power outage outlook, we have not checked that out in a second. Let me see if they have a new update with that right now. There absolutely is an update. Lawrence County has skyrocketed in terms of people without power now with 3,300. I think it was only like 1,000 earlier. Now it's 3,394 people are without power right now. And also, Williamsburg now is continuing to rise at 700. Georgetown still the same. Horry County is dropping a little bit. So I guess they're getting that stuff all settled up there. Anderson has 2,000. York has 4,000. Fairfield has 400 people without power still as well. Again, but it's not much though. It is not much. The severe thunderstorm warning over here is still confirmed as it moves its way through. Going into Kingstree as well. That's going to continue again, like as we said, and move its way down towards Russellville and Moncks Corner. South Carolina has 70-mile-per-hour winds, moves its way through. And hail, not really expected, but it says that small hail is definitely inside of the question. I actually can see real quick. Let me load up my other radar real quick and check and see. Check and see real quick just how much hail potential we have. I'm going to move it into the MRMS real quick. I can't check out winter. Oh, okay. That's unavailable during the summer. So I'm going to go on and go to current hail right now. And I mean, in terms of current hail right now, it doesn't have a whole lot. This was last updated around 2 minutes ago. It says that there is some small hail just to the south of Kingstree, around maybe half an inch. And then up here near Winnsboro, though. Winnsboro says definitely some severe hail is happening. 1.25, that's ping pong ball sized hail. Exactly what they issued for ping pong ball sized hail as it moves, as you go through. And then over here, it says also an inch in diameter hail over here just to the east of Winnsboro as well. And then over here also near Lawrence as well. Still around 1, maybe to 1.25 inches in diameter is also possible there as well. But close that out because we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Anderson, South Carolina that includes Pendleton, South Carolina, as well as France, South Carolina as well. That's for 0.75 inches in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That goes for now until probably until around 8:45, and that is very close to the Clemson and Clemson University, where they probably will not get the severe weather, but they definitely will hear the thunder, and they probably will get some rain as well. But in terms of if they will get the actual severe weather, probably not. Let me check this out over here real quick. This special weather statement over here was pretty much about to expire. That's up there near, just to the east of Whitmer, going into Goshen Hill and Tuckertown inside of South Carolina as well. And we're just continuing to wait and just see what happens as these storms move through. We did get our first 70-mile-per-hour warning, but it's not obviously it's not confirmed yet. We'll see as it moves its way through. It is getting very dark where I am though, which I do want to see, which we actually have had no new chats, but if you are inside the chat and if you are able to type, I want you to let me know what's going on in terms of your location and what's going on right now, just to see who is still here right now as we speak. So I do want to go on and see that if you are able to type. If you're not able to, obviously, then you can't. But I do want to see what it's like where everyone else is. Let me check this out up here real quick. Still, the one up here in Greenville is actually set to expire in about like the next 5 minutes or so. So, nothing really to nothing really else to really talk about up there for Greenville, Malden, Simpsonville, Woodruff, South Carolina, Grace Court, West Pelzer. That is pretty much. There's nothing really else to really talk about there. The one in Anderson still has like another 35 minutes going on until that gets through. Clinton now, which we actually were just looking at Clinton, South Carolina, but it wasn't really doing. Nothing was really going on, and I mean, still right here. I mean, I don't know if it is raining or not. I think it might be raining, but it's very very hard to tell throughout this camera. But you can see that was like the eastern side of Clinton right now, and where Clinton is right here. They definitely are getting that storm. So I think it's just not showing as well because this is like right to the east. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, since I kind of like the greenish, so the greenish yellowish. So I guess that is, I guess that's kind of where it is for right now. Whether minutes to take it out to question, of course, as long as it is a weather related question. If you could. Do you forecast outside of South Carolina? Just before I ask, I do sometimes. I do for, well, South Carolina mainly, but we do other like 3 other locations: San Antonio, Raleigh, Philadelphia. We do those 3 areas sometimes, but I mean, the fact that there's not a whole bunch of new stuff going on right now in terms of South Carolina, I probably could um, take a question for somewhere else, just outside of South Carolina for right now, because just in terms of just what's going on throughout the state right now, it's pretty quiet for right now. Here, there was a new update. Williamsburg now has also skyrocketed as well, 1,600 people without power. But before we move, um, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that now goes on for Columbia. Downtown Columbia is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Lexington, South Carolina, Case, South Carolina, Gilbert, South Carolina, as well as Saluda, South Carolina, going into this is Fort Jackson and some other places as well. Horatio and Camden is also included in that one as well. I believe it is, or it's just on the border of it. But that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch of direct hail. It says hail damage to vehicles are expected. Is expected. Expect wind damage to trees and power lines. That's for Columbia, Sumter, Lexington, Case, West Columbia, Newbury, Camden, Springdale, Oak Grove, St. Andrews, the VC Summer Nuclear Station, Highway 6, and then Red Bank, South Congaree, and Pine Ridge as well. That's for Fairfield County, Newbury County, Lexington, Sumter, Saluda, Richland, and southwestern Kershaw County as well. So still do have a lot of stuff that's about to start popping up, kind of like we have like these low moments, and then finally when warnings start coming out about the same time as what we have been experiencing as we go through. Let's see. We have anything else? Reedsville, Georgia. We are inside of a slight risk. What should I expect? Our states are close to each other. I am inside the path of these storms. For your question, you said, "Are you inside the path of these storms?" I am. Reedsville, Georgia. Our states are close. Yeah. I believe I know where Reedsville, Georgia is. I might actually not though. Let me see. Over here in Reedsville, Georgia. Yes, you are under a slight risk of severe weather, but in terms of what you should expect, if I go on and push this out, you are under a slight risk. 15% chance of receiving some damaging winds, and there also is a 5% chance of damaging hail. So overall, some isolated large hail is inside the question. Scattered damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour is also expected as well. Maybe even up to 70 miles per hour as well. But in terms of the models, which I can go on and point that out to you right now. Let me go on and make sure I'm looking where it is. Okay, it's right there, just to the west of Savannah. I got that. If you go on and push this forward, honestly, your storm probably will come like later tonight, like probably after midnight, most likely. That probably be around after midnight to around 3 a.m., like 4 or 5 a.m. But maybe near like the 12 to 1 a.m. mark. But it will be after midnight, so I probably won't even be here by that time because by midnight that's when everything in South Carolina expires. So definitely, I probably will not be here after midnight. But um, you definitely still need to be weather aware as you move through, as they might issue another severe thunderstorm watch for Georgia as well later as we go through. Let's check back on this storm over here. This is over here for. We were checking over here for places like Kingstree, South Carolina, Lane, South Carolina, and Andrew is going to Georgetown as well. These winds are still ripping with these. These winds are still pretty much just whipping with these storms. I mean, you see still 30, 40, 50, 60. And from what the National Weather Service of Charleston said, 70. All of that is pretty much what we are looking at as we go through, and that will continue to make its way down. If you check out the National Weather Service of Charleston's radar, you can see for them, it's around 50, 60 miles per hour as well. I do want to see how much rainfall we have received in terms of these storms today, especially up here near Conway, Myrtle Beach, where over here in Conway, for example, an inch has fallen, and Loris around an inch has fallen, Myrtle Beach around an inch has fallen. For this area, this is right here near just to the south of Loris, around 2 inches. Howells and Adrian, around 2 inches has fallen through there. And even as we go over here towards Columbia, as well, a good amount of rainfall has fallen as well. With half an inch, maybe even up to an inch as well. That yellow region, I think that's too high of rates, but overall, continuing through, I mean, a good amount of people have still seen some good rainfall, like Whitmer, an inch, Great Falls around an inch as well, and just some other people definitely can receive up to an inch of two potentially, and there is no excessive rainfall that is expected either. If you go into tonight, well, actually, yes, there is some. That must have actually just have been updated. But there is actually a marginal risk of excessive rainfall that is in effect over here for South Carolina, for Orangeburg, going into Columbia, Florence, Sumter, Rock Hill, Greer, Spartanburg, Greenville, Anderson, Greenwood, and Aiken as well. So that goes through today and tomorrow as well. There also is a minor risk for some flooding for Anderson, Greenville, Greer, Spartanburg, and Rock Hill as well. But overall, only today and tomorrow really are the only 2 days that you're really looking for that. Check on back over here, as we are still just inside of our low period right now. There's just not a whole bunch going on in terms of, they actually did just update it. Let me go on and move my way on over here. I actually can move through to some other areas as well. Over here, like in McClellanville, for example, they have a weather station out here. The winds over there were not that high at all. Let me check out. This is inside or near Allendale, South Carolina. This one actually has not received a lot either, as it is, I guess, kind of still. The storms have not technically even gotten there yet, so I probably have went a bit too far. I do want to go to this over here near Georgetown. This one might have some good information on it. No, I'm not seeing anything there. This right here is some good one. I see one right now with winds northeast at 11 miles an hour right now, gusting all the way up to around 20, 30 miles per hour right now. Might be a bit higher than that, but again, that's just what's going on through there. That's near, I think it's Bordeaux Beach, if I'm saying that correctly. I may have completely botched that, but it's over there inside of that area right now. So let me check out the chat one more time. If you want to easily spot Reedsville, we are at the boot shape next to Savannah Vidalia. That's good to know. And you also said I might sleep through it because it's so late. Make sure that you are aware, just in case something happens. Stay safe inside these storms. You too as well. As it is now 8:05 p.m. and it's now still 8:05 p.m. So we're still continuing as we continue through. Models are going to be um, models are still going to be pushing out as well. And let me see if the new one has came through yet. The 23Z, it's actually being updated right now as we speak. So models are coming through soon. So we still are looking at these for right now. Let me check that out. There we go. We do actually have another, which actually I do want to look at this real quick. We do actually have some more. We do actually have some more severe weather that is actually about to push through. This is the area I was just talking about earlier. If you remember, I said that we could potentially get hit twice. Some areas could potentially be get hit with severe weather twice, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Indian Land, Fort Mill, those are some of the areas that got hit before I even started live streaming. Take Rock Hill, those, when I got on, those warnings were about to expire. And right now, they are just continuing to move their way down to the south and west. And pretty much that will probably prompt another severe thunderstorm warning. It expires in 8 minutes. But, they might potentially extend it some more right now. It actually says that the warning has weakened below severe limits. They just put that out, so maybe it won't become a severe thunderstorm warning. But it still says, however, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with these storms as well. So even though they may have weakened below severe limits, gusty winds are still could potentially occur with these storms, even with this one up here inside of Monroe, North Carolina. That's going to move its way down to the south as well. It might get back near Pageland and Jefferson inside of South Carolina as well. Our severe thunderstorm is now moving back through. Actually, they just edited it. Georgetown, Andrews, Kingstree is actually out of the severe warning now, but Lane, South Carolina, Greeleyville, South Carolina, Andrews, South Carolina, Spring Gully, South Carolina, and Georgetown, South Carolina are still included inside that 60-mile-per-hour storm with 3/4 of an inch in diameter hail, which is that is penny-sized hail. That's penny-sized hail. And then obviously the severe thunderstorm warning that continues through eastern, or pretty much most of Berkeley County, and then eastern Charleston County is still going on. That expires in 37 minutes, and we definitely will see an extension as that storm continues through into Dorchester and Colleton County, probably in the next hour or so. So that's as of 8 o'clock, 8:08 p.m. I do want to check and see how those temperatures are doing now. Obviously, we're getting more and more into the nighttime hours now, or evening time hours, and you can still see that these temperatures are still up there. Columbia is still 93. Going into Sumter, for example, it's still around 89. Florence has calmed down. Conway 75. Myrtle Beach 77. North Myrtle Beach 76. Still Somerville around 88. Goose Creek around 88. Charleston 83. So we still do have a lot of warm, if not hot, temperatures for some of us. And still, for example, like in Columbia, it's still around 100 degrees in terms of feel-like temperatures. The temperature at my house right now are actually... Let me find my weather station, because... Here we go, right here. At my house, it's still 87, but it feels like 98 right now. So we still do have these hot temperatures that are occurring. I do want to move over here into Columbia as the severe thunderstorm moves through. There is nothing that I can see from right here. I'm going to move the radar over here real quick. Let me go on and refresh real quick. Yeah, in terms of the storms right now have not quite made it to Columbia yet, but it will be soon. That's why we still have that kind of like preliminary severe thunderstorm warning now. That's going to continue its way through. I have not seen any. I've not checked on any cameras down here. I know we talked about Manning, South Carolina earlier. I do want to see what's going on down there right now, as there seems to be right now. I'm trying to find it on. Yeah, actually, there's barely anything going on right now, in general. So actually, it's calmed down a lot over there. So we are good, over in that area. But the area that's right now, that pretty much is taking the most hit in terms of actual viewable cameras is on I-77. That's over there near Winnsboro, South Carolina. Let me go and if I can push that. On Winnsboro is all the way up here, but there's like not really a lot, so I gotta go to this one. Yes, okay, this is definitely the camera view that you want to see. This is I-77 at mile marker 27. I mean, this is obvious. I mean, just obvious heavy wind going on. Camera freezing up a little bit, but you can see the camera moving in all sorts of directions, going from left, right, up, down. It can just go pretty much in all these directions, and that's with this storm. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and obviously they did just update it. The severe thunderstorm warning for Winnsboro is now observed as 70-mile-per-hour winds are pushing through. Law enforcement reports that trees are down, and obviously those trees that they're talking about, 70-mile-per-hour winds definitely push them down, which is why they have them out. So this camera for sure, this is definitely gust 60, 70 miles per hour that we're watching right now. This again on I-77 at mile marker 27. And definitely there will be for sure some more power outages that we're probably going to look for. Continuing through, this is now going into 8:04 p.m. When this was last updated, the power outages. We now have 40,000 people. We're almost at that orange, that code orange category. But for right now, 4,000 people are still without power in Lawrence, South Carolina. Going into Spartanburg and Greenville, still the same. Anderson, still the same. Fairfield County now has 452 people without power right now. Going into Sumter, around 671 people are without power as well. Is that the guy? Florence has 1,000 people without power. Darlington has 900. Marion only has 99 people. Marion only has 99 people without power right now as we speak. I mean, again, it's just getting worse. The more and more that we go and look at this camera again, this is, again, right here, mile marker 27 on I-77. Just the more and more that you look at it, the more and more just crazier it gets. Just the longer you get. I mean, this is, again, like I said, wind 70 miles per hour plus is going through this region right here. This is exactly the winds that we were talking about, and about how crazy it can just get. This will knock down trees. This will knock down power lines. And, obviously, I mean, it's causing a lot of traffic. You can see all the headlights that are going on coming towards us. You can see that there's some going down towards the, away from us as well. But it seems like a lot of people are going more towards the south direction, which is towards Columbia, obviously, which is, I mean, at that point, they're pretty much just following the storm. If you're going north, you're most likely going to go on and, get out of the storms, but you're driving through it still, obviously. So if you go up there towards Charlotte, it's probably going to be a lot more calmer for now. But I mean, we can see lightning strikes throughout here, and honestly, I might just keep this here just for a little second. We did just get another severe thunderstorm window. Let me go on and move my radar, though. It's actually, where is my radar at? My radar is over here, as there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Oconee County. That's for Walhalla and Westminster, or Minster, inside of South Carolina. That's for 1 inch of average hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind that expires in 45 minutes. Minor hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to trees and power lines. For your protection, move inside at this time. And that's for Walhalla and Westminster inside of South Carolina. And that will go through the Sumter National Forest, go through 5 Points, and Tabor inside of South Carolina as well is also included in there. We are now starting to receive that severe thunderstorm with, all the way with the 70-mile-per-hour winds that's moving through, going through Russellville right now as we speak, going through Jamestown right now, and that's continuing to move more and more into Berkeley County right now. Charleston County, eastern Charleston County right now, maybe receiving a little shower, but it's nothing really much that you're really looking for as of now. And I mean, you just cannot see anything on this camera anymore. I mean, it's pretty much just went from 0 to 100 pretty quickly, as you cannot see a thing at all. Now, again, this is high up into the air, so obviously, it's going to be a bit, it's going to be probably a lot more intense up here than it will be on the ground. But I mean, the camera is lagging. The camera is, obviously shaking around like we saw. It might honestly just get more and more, it might honestly just get more and more worse by the time the power goes out. And if the power does go out again, the camera will go out, and we will see exactly when it happens. But again, this is right here. Let me see if I can find exactly where this is. See if I can find exactly where this is. This is I-77 north on mile marker 27. Gotta just go on Google Maps real quick, figure out where it is. That's mile marker 12 I'm at right now. Gonna go more up than that. This is Highway 34. That's mile marker 34. Okay, so I went too far. I gotta back it up a little bit. So this is mile marker right here. That was a big lightning strike that we just saw right there on the camera too. This is 27. Okay, I found him. Okay, this is 27 right here. So this is right here. Oh, right next to Blythewood, South Carolina. So this is where this camera is right now. And again, you can't see anything pretty much from this camera anymore. Midland Catches 25 says, watching on hotspot, power is out. Where are you, or what area are you located in, if you don't mind me asking, so I can go on and figure out where the storm is for you is at. This still is going through. Let me see if I can find Blythewood on radar real quick. Blythewood is over here, which this was updated the 15-minute mark right here. Boom. Yeah, okay, I can see it now. Yeah. So again, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving through. Honestly, they did not extend the 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. They're gonna keep it to 60. So this might be 60. I think honestly 60 to 70 probably would better suit it, but for right now, that is just what we are seeing right now throughout the state. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning that still is going on. That was over here. We're talking about it near Clemson, near Worley Woods, Pendleton, Woodhaven, and New Light as well, through which France, South Carolina as well. That goes through for like the next 30 minutes or so. And that's just to the south of Clemson and Clemson University, obviously. Let me go on and check out the poll real quick, because I see the poll has changed. Also, in terms of subscribers, we're still at 508. So are you ready for the severe weather for tonight? 57% says no, 43% says yes. Make sure that you are prepared if you have not received the storms yet. I mean, if you have already received the storms, or the storms are hitting you now, obviously not much you can do now, but the storms have not hit you yet. Make sure that you are prepared for that, as that lightning strike that I just saw just lit up my entire room with light. I wish we could have audio, so we can listen to see, but obviously we don't. These are just cameras that you can see. I'm honestly surprised. Well, I'm not going to jinx it real quick. I'm going to stop talking. before I jinxed it accidentally. So we can go on and continue watching this. Found the perfect camera for that. Again, this, if you are just tuning in, this is inside of Blythewood, South Carolina, on mile marker 227 on I-77. This is facing north. This is facing north. So this is going up, looking up towards Ridgeway, South Carolina, Smallwood, South Carolina, and those areas up I-77. We also do have severe thunderstorm warning still out for southern Georgetown County, as well as southern Georgetown County and southern Williamsburg County, as that is moving its way out. That will be expiring in 24 minutes. We obviously also do have the severe thunderstorm warning for Berkeley and Charleston County as well. That storm right now is going through Russellville, South Carolina, and Jamestown, about to go through Bonnu and Bonnu Beach in like the next 10 minutes or so. And then obviously we had a lot of storms going on in the PD region for Conway, Myrtle Beach. We were talking about Bucksport a lot. We were talking about Carolina Forest and North Myrtle Beach as well. That's pretty much has moved on out of there. Low country for other places like Dorchester, Western Charleston County, going into Colleton County, and going to Riddler and Beaufort County at Riddler and Beaufort as well. Those areas have not received anything yet, but those areas will probably be one of the last ones, along with like places like Aiken, Orangeburg, as well. See real quick if I can go up here and see if there is somebody that can go on and see if I can go on and see if there's any. Somebody has theirs set in knots, so that's fun there. Somebody here has theirs miles per hour. Their highest was around 30. Someone over here, they had theirs on. This is inside of, again, all of these are inside the Blythewood area. This one, 30, 35 miles per hour. That's what they're getting there. And again, some of these might be actually like low to the ground, so it might actually be on the ground. It might be like 30 miles per hour, but up where where the trees are, might be higher. You know, up to 60 miles an hour, 70 miles per hour, and all that kind of stuff as well. Let's see, the National Weather Service of Colombia did update their area forecast discussion. They pretty much got rid of the heat, pretty much all they did. They pretty much just said several strong to severe storms are now moving into the forecast area, albeit a few hours later than predicted earlier. Yes, so pretty much we thought it was going to be here earlier, but it actually was here a bit later. These storms were. Radar imagery shows that cells are becoming more linear in nature. While we haven't had any reports of wind damage yet in our forecast area, that has probably changed now. There have been multiple reports nearby as well of 60 plus miles per hour winds associated with this activity. And as these storms continue to become more linear, they will, or they should, start to accelerate as it becomes more cool pool dominant. So pretty much it's saying that the storms are going to start becoming a bit faster as we continue through. And damaging winds, large hail, that still, does continue as well. And obviously severe weather is also expected for tomorrow as well, if you have not seen it. This is for obviously today. You see we had an enhanced risk of severe weather. That is for, again, mostly upstate, Midlands of South Carolina. If you go into tomorrow, we still do have a marginal risk of severe weather for tomorrow as well. Again, wind is probably the main threat, but maybe some isolated large hail in the upstate of South Carolina. That's not out the question at all. And then maybe even Friday as well. There also is a chance for some severe weather there as we get into today. Not today, but Thursday as well. Or Friday as well. Go on and check and see if that was for South Carolina real quick. The last severe thunderstorm warning that we had was for Oconee County inside of South Carolina as well. Let me see, the one over here still in Berkeley County is still going on that expires in 20 minutes. We'll see if they issue another one, which they most likely will. That will continue all the way up, even up here. I think this is the main storm that we're really watching for now, up here near Columbia and near like Winsboro, South Carolina, and Blythewood, South Carolina, which is where this camera is. Also near Camden, South Carolina as well. Let me check on the power outages right now because I actually am kind of interested to see what that looks like. There is 42,000 people, so that's another 3,000 people without power. Darlington has 2,000. Lee County has 431. Sumter now has 700 people without power. Richland, which is city, which includes like the eastern city of Columbia, 617 people are without power. Fairfield has around 193 people without power, as well as Lawrence has 4,000 still. Anderson still has 2,000. I think pretty much they're going to stop growing in terms of size up there in the upstate. Mainly, I think we're starting to move more into like the low country area in the Midlands now. So upstate and, PD in terms of their storms have pretty much moved their way down and moving their way down more into the Midlands and the low country of South Carolina as we move through. Let me move my way on, see if I can see anything else that I'm missing. From right now, I don't see anything else that I am seeing right now. I actually do see, it says outflow boundaries right now are colliding with each other, and it's getting intense fast for a lot of people as well, especially inside, again, the Midlands of South Carolina near Columbia as well, which is why we're seeing a lot of these really bad storms going on, and it's going to be very bad, like you can see right here on this camera. That's going to continue happening, and it's going to continue getting intense very, very quickly as we continue through, and that's going to move its way down to the south and east, obviously, or just to the south in general. So as we move through, there was another severe thunderstorm warning that I believe I was that just expired. I know there was one like for Winsboro, and the one for Winsboro expired. The one up there for Clinton expired, obviously. There was never really one for Greenwood. Greenwood, I guess that storm right there pretty much collapsed. But here we go. We have another severe thunderstorm warning, and I actually just saw a lightning strike outside of my own house as well. But that was for, I believe that was, maybe just what's happening on my screen over here is maybe not what I'm seeing outside, but overall, new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Gilbert, South Carolina, South Congaree, South Carolina, Hopkins, South Carolina, Eastover, going to Swansea, Gaston, St. Matthews, Orangeburg, Livingston, as well as going into Wagner, South Carolina, and Perry, South Carolina is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that is again small hail that's potentially possible as we go through even more. As we go even more through to this evening. Let me check what they got on over here. Yep, they did just post that. Again, that was for K, South Carolina, Oak Grove, South Carolina, Red Bank, Springfield, St. Matthews, and even northern Orangeburg. Not the direct Orangeburg area, but definitely northern Orangeburg for sure. And also one thing that you can check as well, one thing that I did just see that I could also show, which let me go in and change from this camera real quick. One thing that I will show, if you go on and check out kind of where like the outflow boundary is, I believe it's near Dentsville, South Carolina, right over here. If we go on and just push this kind of into here, I'm going to go on and wait for it to load. Pause it real quick. You see how we go on and push this forward? You can see there's the outflow boundary right here. Well, actually, that might not be the outflow boundary. That might just be some radar. I think it is. But you can see there's the main line right here. The outflow boundary is now going south, and you can see quickly how this rainfall activity right here just easily just popped up. That's and that storm right there could, or that shower right there, which is now I believe connected to the storm now, which it is, can all pretty much just turn into just a full-on cluster with these storms as well. We did just have a new special weather statement issued. I know for a fact people in this area is watching Harleyville, Ridgeville, Somerville, Lincolnville, Latson, Hanahan, and downtown Charleston, including Mount Pleasant, is now under a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds that's about to push through that area through the next 30 minutes or so. Wind shift with gusty winds will impact Berkeley, Colleton, Charleston, and Dorchester counties until 9 o'clock p.m. Doppler radar was tracking a wind shift with gusty winds extending from 6 miles southeast of Hugger to 8 miles northeast of Harleyville, moving southwest at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour at 8:20. A wind gust of 50 miles per hour was observed near Moncks Corner. Gusty winds will knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Again, that is for Harleyville, Ridgeville, Somerville, Lincolnville, Latson, Sangaree, Hanahan, and downtown Charleston as well, including Isle of Palms as well. So kind of like that main Tri-County area right there is now under the gun for 50-mile-per-hour winds as that moves its way through. We also did just get another special weather statement up here. This right here, this is not for South Carolina. This one over here, we did just get another special weather statement as well for some small hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds for Salem, Flat Shoals, as well as Old Pickens, 6 Mile, and Central South Carolina as well. That is for 50-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 or penny-sized hail. It's about to fall through with that storm as well. That's pretty much the storm here. It almost looks like it almost just got worse again. You can kind of see right here. Let me move this over here. I mean, it almost pretty much looks like it just got worse again from the back side of it, because you have this part right here up in the front of it, and then you have this back side right here that probably where it came from. It had like a little bit of a lull, but then it came right back together, which means also over here near Columbia as well, they're probably getting those winds again up to 60 miles per hour is about to go through Columbia right now as we speak. That's with, wind gusts 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. I mean, you can even see right here 66 up here. Maybe, there might even be an isolated 70. Yep, right there. On the radar right now, you can catch it. It says 70.5 miles per hour right now. So honestly, I do think that this potentially could for sure have some wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour, which is why I believe it just looks so bad on this camera right now, because this might not just be just 60 mile per hour winds. It probably is a bit higher than 60 miles per hour right now. We've had 147 people tune in today. 147 people who are at least aware about the weather for today in terms of, just what's going on. If you have not hit the like button or the subscribe button yet, make sure you go and do so. Also, make sure you go and hit the share button. Share with all of the people that you know. We have earned around another 4 subscribers today. 500. We're now at 508. So let's go on and continue pushing. Let's try and get to 510 tonight. Let's try to get to 510 tonight, because eventually, we're not going to be here all night, but I would like to make it to around 510 tonight. So if you're watching and you're not subscribed yet, make sure that you go on and do so, because not only does it help me out, but also you get free weather from someone who obviously aspires to be a meteorologist. You don't have to, wait until 6, 7 o'clock or look at your phone app, which I don't really like phone weather apps anyway, because I don't think they're really that accurate at all. But I do believe that I'm just here, just to volunteer, give out weather, because this is not, I'm not getting paid to do this, and this is just something that I'm doing just off from my time, just to make sure that everyone here in the state is aware of what's going on. So that's all I wanted to say there. Continuing through, there has to be a power outage map update now. 46,000 people. We're almost to 50,000. 3,000 people are without power in Berkeley County right now. That is a huge jump. And that's about to make its way through Dorchester County and through Charleston County, as that storm has moved now through Berkeley County now. Moving its way through Berkeley County right now as we speak. Speaking of, I can go in and check that out. We also did see that we were getting around 70-mile-per-hour winds about to push through Columbia right now as well, at least through the western side as well. They did get rid of the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over here. That was for, again, Moncks Corner going into Panopolis and also Bonnu Beach, but they have downgraded it to 60 miles per hour. And overall, it's very, very dark at my house right now, which I'm near this area right now. But it's about to pass through my house in about the next 24 minutes, so I'm not going to receive the worst. But overall, this is still continuing to push down my way exactly, and it'll be through around like the next 30 minutes or so. And then it will continue pushing its way east. It will go past through there. It will go through Cottageville, go through Walterboro, go through Blountville, I believe is how you say that, Beaufort, as well as Port Royal, Hilton Head Island, Hardeeville as well. There was a new special weather statement up here for Utahville, Vance, Holly Hill, Providence Wells, as well as the Santee National Wildlife Refuge as well. That was, again, for 50-mile-per-hour winds as it moves its way through. And a quarter of an inch in terms of size hail. That's pea-sized hail. Boaters on Lake Marion should seek safe harbor. Make sure that you are getting inside, and that if you are boating, make sure that you seek a safe harbor. Obviously, I don't know if you guys have heard, but we talked about it last night. But there was 20 people that got struck by lightning over on Lake Murray, up here in Lexington, South Carolina. So please make sure that you are getting actually inside of safe harbor and not just out there just on a boat on the water, where lightning could potentially strike you and can potentially be life-threatening injuries, because obviously we all know what lightning can do, and we all know not to really mess with lightning like that. There is no new, actually yes, there is a new power update. There is now 1,000 people inside of Berkeley County without power. Now that is a huge jump. Newberry has 599 people. Fairfield has 1,000 people without power. Richland near Columbia has 5,000 people without power, and that officially puts us inside the code orange in terms of power outages. 50,000 people are without power inside of South Carolina. That is more than North Carolina. That is more than Florida. That is more than Pennsylvania and New York. We have, our state right now is the highest state in the entire United States of America with the most power outages right now. As 50,271 people are without power, and that will continue to grow as this moves through new counties and as these storms move through new counties and as it goes through places as well. So South Carolina right now has, again, the most power outages throughout the entire nation right now, which usually I never see that. But again, it's just quiet out there in the west. The central U.S. is pretty quiet right now. Midwest, they're a bit active right now. The Northeast is also a bit active as well. The Southeast, again, where we are, that's definitely the most active place. But South Carolina, 50,000 plus people are without power throughout this state right now. Go back on and check this out. Yeah, you can't even see anything from this camera anymore. It's just pretty much just like non-existent at this point. I mean, you can see, the headlights, but I mean, it just looks almost like diamond shaped at this point. And that's just like a huge amount of traffic that shit's pushing through, and just you can also see the lightning that's again lighting up my entire room. That's how bright it is. Um, and so definitely, again, if you're out there driving in this, you got to make sure that if you can't see, that you go on and pull over and turn on your hazard lights. And even if you're on the highway like this, I would recommend, again, if you can't see or if you can barely see, especially if you're on the highway, you got to make sure that you turn on your hazard lights as well. I know, some people usually don't turn their lights on unless they're on the highway, or not lights, but their hazard lights on unless they're on the highway. But you definitely, especially if you cannot see, I definitely would recommend doing that. And there we go. The big severe thunderstorm warning that I was looking for. Severe thunderstorm warning, which it's actually interesting. It's a wind shift with gusty winds, it says here. But a new severe thunderstorm warning is now issued. Harleyville, Reevesville, Somerville, Lincolnville, Sangaree, Latson, Hanahan, Charleston, Isle of Palms, Folly Beach, Kiowa Island, Ravenel, Hollywood, Adams Run, and Cottageville, and even Walterboro is under this severe thunderstorm warning. And these areas are not even inside of the severe thunderstorm watch. But it reads, law enforcement reported continue to report wind damage across occurring through northern and central Berkeley County. So if you're throughout Dorchester County, if you're throughout Charleston County, damage is most likely going to occur where you are. And again, McClellanville, Moncks Corner, Goose Creek, Mount Pleasant, Latson, Somerville, North Charleston, Hanahan, St. George, and Walterboro is all included. Make sure that you are taking shelter because 60-mile-per-hour winds is observed. There is no hail threat, thankfully, but 60-mile-per-hour winds for sure are coming your way, as I am included inside the severe thunderstorm warning, and I cannot see really anything outside right now, as it has just completely darkened up a lot, as that's what it was expected. Let me go on real quick because I have to go on and post that. Is yes, it is gusty outside my house right now. Again, this is not even associated with the storm, by the way. If you remember what I said about the special weather statement down here, a wind shift occurred, and so even without the storm going into the Tri-County region of Dorchester and Charleston County, there will still be wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour without even a storm. The storm just emphasizes it and adds more of just adds probably like another 10 to 20 mile per hour winds onto it, but just without even a storm at all. And that includes, again, downtown Charleston is also included in there as well. And they also are adding special marine warnings out. But I'm looking outside right now. I'm definitely if yeah, okay. I'm gonna see if I can go on the light on. Yeah, I'm gonna try and turn the light on outside so I can see it. But overall, my thing right now, let's see, my thing for right now says highest wind gusts I've gotten so far. Again, it's just started, but I can 100% guarantee, wind gusts up there are definitely, if I was to guess, probably like 30, 40-ish miles per hour if I was to say. Let me check out the chat one more time. I don't see anything else inside of the chat right now. The storm up here in Columbia is still going on, though obviously, as now downtown Columbia is receiving those wind gusts right now. Again, like we said, 60, 70 mile per hour winds are about to push through. If they aren't pushing through Columbia yet, they are about to. As we go through. And apologies if my power does go out as well, because that's definitely a possibility as well. Again, like I said, winds are pushing. I just got around a good 25, 30 mile per hour wind gust on my weather station just now. So that is what's going on through there. And again, that could be higher. Again, it's pretty low to the ground, so even, you know, even though right now it is, and you can actually, I think this is what it is right there. You can see like these little, it might be these little rain droplets right here that I'm looking at. I believe it may be. It may be. Up there again, we go on and check out some of these other regions as well. There is, you know, again, like we said, the PD region pretty much done. Lower South Carolina and Carolina Forest, you know, it's about to stop raining there soon. It's about to stop raining there soon, and then even as you go into the upstate, there, the rain in the upstate's really calmed down as well. And so there's not really a whole lot going on through there. Let me go in and move away, even though this camera right here is still very interesting. Let me go on real quick and check on down here where we were just looking at. This right here is on, no, I need to go to this one. This one probably is a bit better. This right here is on I-26 west, or no, I'm going to move down a little bit more further. Figure out exactly where that is real quick. Let me go on and move. Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing there yet, so I'm just going to continue to wait on that real quick before I act on that anymore. Alright, so I got that done, and let me go on and see this one more time over here. Let me check out that one real quick. Let me check out the power outages on. So I can say, if you don't, if you weren't here just a couple of seconds ago, I said that there, South Carolina has pretty much the entire state of South Carolina. We have more outages throughout the state than any other state inside of the United States. So for right now, South Carolina has the most power outages right now in terms of every state right now in the United States. So we do still have to watch for that, as that's going to continue rising. 65,000 people are without power right now. 65,000 people throughout the state. 2,500 people in Lee County are without power, which pretty much is around 30% of the county is without power right now, and that might continue to rise. Richland County near Columbia, around 16 to 17,000 people are without power right now near Columbia. 4,000 people are without power in Berkeley County right now. 100 people in Charleston County. And those numbers in the upstate, they're just dropping a little bit as they're starting to get the power back up there in the upstate in the PD region. But Midlands, Low Country, they're going to start rising a lot more. Still not a lot going on. There's still, I mean, you still have these severe thunderstorm warnings up here. But that's going to expire in the next 11 minutes, and honestly, this doesn't really look that impressive. Maybe they might continue like a special weather statement, but I mean, in terms of winds, I'm not really seeing too much on radar. I think maybe a special weather statement still, but that severe thunderstorm warning up there for Westminster and Walhalla might expire soon. Just matters what they do with that. See if I got anything else. Nope, still no update there. The models are out though. I can go on and show that real quick. Models are out. This is as of, well, since pretty much we pretty much are pretty much at 9 o'clock p.m. I believe that we can just pretty much count this as we usually would, like during like the evening hours, like 9 o'clock p.m. We usually would be going on and showing this exact model right here and just what's going on throughout the future. So we're gonna go on and that was my Alexa actually reminding me, saying that it's time to do my live stream. But obviously, there's not gonna be a live stream tonight, just from us doing this. But as you go in and push this forward, you can see that rainfall activity will continue. Even as and again, this is what it was supposed to look like at 9 o'clock, and it looks a whole lot different than what it was. But I do, at least in the low country, it does. But in the Midlands, it looks a lot more concise. And by the time we get to around 12 o'clock in the morning, like I said, this is pretty much going to make its way out by the time. Now, rain is still going to be through the state by around 3 o'clock in the morning, but I mean, overall, as we get into tomorrow, I mean, when I do my morning update around 7 o'clock in the morning, there's not much at all. So tomorrow is going to start off nice, but as we go into the afternoon, obviously that severe weather threat will be there. Let me see if I got any new. No, nothing new quite yet. Alright, there we go. Let me start off back over here and check out these severe thunderstorm warnings again for all of these locations real quick. We were talking about the one up there inside of the upstate, but that one is about to expire in 8 minutes. Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't really expired it yet. But for now, it's still there, so still treat it like a severe thunderstorm warning. And then the one up here near Columbia, I mean, Columbia right now pretty much is in the storm right now. There is pretty much right now not really any part that's really not in the storm right now in Columbia. There is, let me push this over here. Still a good amount of wind that's going through. Still a good amount that's going through. Again, 60, 70 miles per hour still possible with these storms as they move their way through Columbia. And then obviously the one that we've been probably more focused and zoomed in on is the one down over here inside of the Tri-County region that does include downtown Charleston and all the way up the entire county of Dorchester County, Eastern Colleton County, as well as pretty much the entirety of Charleston County, as well as even most of Berkeley County as well, as we've gotten multiple storm reports. Speaking of, let me go on real quick and check just exactly what is going on. Also, there was a new special weather statement that was just issued for Clemson, South Carolina, Newry, South Carolina, Walhalla, Fairplay, Townville, and Sandy Springs, South Carolina. That is for 40-mile-per-hour winds that are about to push through that region. So Clemson actually will receive a thunderstorm with 40-mile-per-hour winds, and pea-sized hail is possible. So some very small hail is possible as you go through. I do want to see the interactive though, and see. Let me see. That should be it right around here. Manual, refresh it. Might have to refresh the entire page actually. Yes, we actually do have, which I actually do see something right now. This is over here just to the north of Winnsboro. Look at this. Trees are down, and a metal roof was blown off of a barn that was inside Winnsboro in Fairfield County, which again, we were just talking about Winnsboro while that storm was happening. We saw the storm happening live on camera while that was going on, and it says potentially a possible tornado occurred. So even though the tornado threat was low, that's what I'm saying. You never can count these storms out, and that's why these severe thunderstorm warnings, you had to take them seriously, because in an instant they can go from 1 to 100, and that's exactly what these storms have been doing pretty much all day. Going to all night. Columbia also has a collapsed structure. The Columbia Fire Department reported a collapsed structure in Dennisville, South Carolina, which we were just talking about Dennisville, South Carolina as well. So we, again, all these storms are doing pretty bad damage right now. Also inside of Berkeley County, we have a lot of damage as well. Over here inside of St. Stephen, trees are down on Haven or Heaven Drive. Also over here in Bonu, South Carolina, that's trees are down over there as well. Also over here, I believe we already talked about. Yeah, we already talked about those two as well. If you are just tuning back in, which I see some people are coming back, we've been talking about the severe thunderstorm that went through Moncks Corner, Ondale, McClellanville. That severe thunderstorm from Moncks Corner has been there for about an hour or so, but it's overall clearing up a lot more, and it's going into Dorchester County like right now, as what we were saying. And I was just talking about it, even without even without the thunderstorm pushing in, we still have these winds pushing from Harleyville, Ridgeville, Somerville, Lincolnville, Latson, Sangaree, Hanahan, downtown Charleston. Even without the storms right now, there are winds right now pushing at 50 miles per hour without a storm. So that's what we were talking about right there. And then they also issue the severe thunderstorm that goes all the way out, including all those areas down into Cottageville and Walterboro, as well as Holly Hill and Ravenel, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds are observed. Law enforcement continue to report wind damage occurring across northern and central Berkeley County. So, overall, we just have a lot. Of wind that's pushing in. If I checked out my which I'm actually having people text me right now telling me that lights are flickering where they are right now as well. This one person was at a restaurant, the lights started flickering there. Let me go and read the chat right now. Miss Oliver says, looking better our way, I have lit a candle. Let us know if you see any rotation. Not right now. No rotation right now. From what I can see, yeah, this pretty much all just looks to be straight line damaging winds. William says, I'm back. Mr. Chris says, there's real strong winds happening here in Moncks Corner. What's the email address? The email address, I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to put that into the chat right now. That is scweather360@gmail.com. There it is. I'm actually going on and pin. Well, I can't really pin that. Actually, I don't know if you guys even saw that. So, okay, let's see. Did that work? I don't think that worked. You might just actually have to just look at the screen. Right here, at the bottom of your screen, you're about to see it. I'm gonna go and copy that and get rid of that. Right there, you can see SC, like SC Weather 360@gmail.com. Again, that is SC Weather 360@gmail.com. So that's the email that you can send all of the pictures that you have. Send them to me. You can send them to other send to the National Weather Service as well. I'd actually recommend that you also send it to the National Weather Service. You can put it on social media if you would like to as well. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning actually over here. That was for Aiken, Edgefield, and Saluda counties. It was this one right here. Edgefield, Johnston, Ridge Spring, about to move towards Augusta, Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning for there. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch of diameter hail is going on through there as we speak. Or about to occur, I should honestly say. Let's see. Let me see one more time. This officer says winds are getting up over here for sure. Whether says I'm getting scared, no reason to get scared. That's why you need to be prepared. Because if you're prepared, you shouldn't be scared at all. All you gotta do, is make sure if you're inside the path of these storms, or if you get in a severe thunderstorm warning, make sure you go on and get inside of the lowest. That's for like extra precautions, but really you should just get inside. Get away from windows, which I actually did. You see big lightning strike outside. But make sure you get inside of the lowest interior room. If you really want to be safe, you can get inside the most lower interior room of your house and then get inside where there's no windows at all. Get in a room where there's no windows at all. But usually for a severe thunderstorm warning, I mean, if it just has 60-mile-per-hour winds to it, usually just getting indoors and staying away from those windows usually will do the trick. But if it's a tornado warning, obviously, those are stronger. Usually they're stronger. So that's why you need to be prepared for that just in case. Go on and do this right here. Let me get an update real quick, see if there's anything else that's changed. The special weather statement over here that also occurred over here near Clemson, South Carolina. We talked about that. Seneca, South Carolina, Clemson, South Carolina, 40-mile-per-hour winds pushing through there, 1/4 of an inch in diameter hail. That is, I believe, penny-sized hail is about to move through Clemson and Sandy Springs right now. The severe thunderstorm warning has now pushed just to the south of Columbia, places like Gadsden, Eastover, Hopkins, South Congaree, and places next like St. Matthews, North South Carolina, Wagner, Perry, Sally, and Springfield is also included in there as well. Let me go on and check my email real quick. I know let me see if I can get some thing right here. Miss Tolliver did send some pictures. I can actually go on and share this. She sent this picture a couple of days ago. Right here. This was from Miss Tolliver right here, which let me make sure I don't put your email on full blast because that would not be the best thing to do. But you can see right now that she had some a new duckling family. I'm pretty sure that's what she put out as you go into a couple of days ago. That was there was a new one that she sent. This one's very hot today, but this did not stop the residents of the pond. Here's a few shots for you to share tonight. Here was the one that she sent right here. This was from around 2 hours ago. So you can see the picture that she sent to us right here from her house. The special weather statement that was pushing those 50-mile-per-hour winds has now expired down here for Dorchester County, Charleston County as well. But there still is a severe thunderstorm warning that's going on with these storms, and it honestly looks like there's like a little bit of a opening right there from Somerville through Lincolnville through Ladson as well. So I don't know yet, but if I go on and check this, it still does have 30, 40-mile-per-hour winds pushing through with it. But, there obviously is that chance that this inside area right here, the Somerville, Lincolnville, Ladson area, may have just barely have been spared in terms of the storm. Now, the majority of the winds right now definitely are up here near Harleyville through Ridgeville right now as we speak, and also going on down over here. Let me see. This is over here near the Joint Base in Charleston and Hanahan, where they're getting wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, isolated pockets of 60 to 70 miles per hour as well. And it's observed, again, like I said, through Berkeley County. That's where we saw, especially through Monk's Corner, for sure there was 60-mile-per-hour winds that pushed through that region. And so, just an update on all of the other locations except for these locations over here. Greenville and Spartanburg up here it's probably clear for tonight, to be honest. If you go on and look at the models, I know they were saying that there's a chance for some more pop-up showers to move through. But again, that's like probably not going to be severe at all. And by time around 12 to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning gets around, especially around 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, that's when most of this stuff is going to be gone. And then when my new morning video comes out at 7 a.m., there's really going to be nothing else really to talk about in terms of exactly, what's going on throughout these regions. I do want to show, obviously, we talked about the tropical storm that was out with Andrea last night. Um, Andrea has now completely just vanished, and now there's no more tropical cyclone activity that is expected. So we can go and give a round of applause real quick. We haven't had one tonight. And also, it's 9 o'clock as well, 9:05, so we would be doing our evening forecast update right now. But obviously, with this going on, so I'll go and give a round of applause for everyone because we made it through Wednesday evening. We made it through halfway through the week. We just got Thursday and Friday left to go. Let's go and give a round of applause for that. Good thing overall. We made it through halfway through the week. And so we are getting closer and closer to the weekend. Closer and closer to the weekend. Is 70 worth going to the bathroom? I don't. I mean, again, it just matters on what's your comfort level. Because I know for 70-mile-per-hour winds, I have not went to the bathroom for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but my house is a pretty well structured house. Now, if you have a house that's not really well structured, yeah, well, honestly, if it's not well structured at all, I mean, because they say 50 to 60 miles per hour, you should be inside of a well-structured home. So, is it worth going into the most interior room of your house for a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust? You can never be too safe in that case. You can never be too safe, but probably not really. I think once you get to around that 80-mile-per-hour range, that's really when you need to be like, okay, yes, you need to get inside of the most interior room, because I believe 80, 90, 100-mile-per-hour winds, that could do as much damage as obviously either a tornado or potentially even a Category 1 hurricane. 80, 90 miles per hour winds, and yeah, that's definitely, Category 1 hurricane status that could be just occurring right there from your house. Obviously not from actual tropical weather, but just from thunderstorms overall. So yes, I do. So no, not really, but I recommend definitely getting inside and staying away from those windows for sure. Going inside of a room that has no windows, that's definitely recommended, but getting into the most interior room, probably not. But again, can never be too safe. We still do have this storm over here going on that's now moving down towards Swansea, South Carolina, going through Woodford and North South Carolina, and also going through, which I have no idea what's going on with the arrows here. I think that's moving to the east, and that one's moving south, and so these storms are both kind of just like collide with each other just to the north of Aiken, South Carolina as well. And wind is still pushing at my house, 30, 40 mile per hour wind still pushing through where I am right now. But for the most part, the center part of the storm just, completely almost just fell apart. The winds are still there. And my window is getting an absolute beating from this plant next to it. But the main storm part for this region right here is pretty much gone away. Let's check over here. This is over here. We still have this very heavy rainfall going through. I believe that's near Porcher Bluff, South Carolina, Witch Hall, Terrace inside of South Carolina. We also do have Garris Landing, Chandler, South Carolina, and that's all moving right down towards downtown Charleston. So definitely, if you know anybody inside downtown Charleston, if you are inside downtown Charleston right now, obviously make sure that you are getting indoors. And for 60 mile per hour winds, definitely just getting indoors is probably your best bet for now. And these are still observed. The Charleston Harbor Pilot Office in downtown Charleston just observed 58 mile per hour wind gusts. Just observed 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in downtown Charleston. That is severe limits right there. So again, even without the storm system down here is doing mega damage with it already. We have not checked out the power outage map either. I do want to go on and check that out as well. As there is just, let me check that out real quick. So last time we checked, it was at 8:45. It's now 9:04 when they've last updated it. Richland County has now 40,000 people without power. Lee County has 2,000. Williamsburg has 1,600. Berkeley has 1,800. Dorchester still only has around 17, I believe that is. Charleston has 156. But Berkeley County, for sure, out of the Tri-County for Dorchester, Charleston, those regions, definitely got hit the hardest. The one up there inside of the upstate, like we said, those areas are slowly getting their power back. I mean, as the only storm up here is right up here near Seneca and Townville, South Carolina as well. As 40-mile-per-hour winds are pushing through, that actually expires in 4 minutes. So honestly, you might just be clear in terms of storms just in general, or at least bad storms with gusty winds in it. Isle of Palms as well is also about to receive some bad wind and rain over there as well. And honestly, just the two areas that I'm looking at right now that we're monitoring, just the one over here inside of just the south of Columbia, and obviously the Tri-County region as well. Those are the three areas really that I'm monitoring. We have not talked about the PD region, but that's just because the storms over here is pretty much dissipated. There's nothing else really to talk about here. There's just some rainfall behind it, but overall, I mean, you're done pretty much if you're inside the PD region, and pretty much done if you're inside the upstate as well. Update, we have 94,000 people. 94,000 people are without power right now inside of South Carolina. That is the most out of every state. Alabama has 13,000, Florida has 14,000, North Carolina has 29,000, Pennsylvania has 13,000, New York has 13,000. But none of those get close to South Carolina, who has 94,000 people without power right now as we speak right now. And that number will continue to grow. That number will 100% continue to grow as we just continue through. I do want to actually go in and look at, well, first off, let me check the chat one more time. Mr. Anthony says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Mr. Chris says, yes, it's awesome. Is Monk's Corner out of the woods? No, not quite yet. You still have that severe thunderstorm warning on for you right now. I mean, these winds are pushing through. I actually just saw somebody looking at cameras down in downtown Charleston and just seeing just how bad it was over there. Let me move my camera down to downtown Charleston real quick. Let me go more towards like Isle of Palms right here. Yeah. This is 100% what we need to be looking for. This is over here in Isle of Palms, South Carolina. As you can see, the winds are just whipping down there right now. Now, this is not obviously on the high severe weather level, but this is pretty much just getting to severe limits. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts pushing through here. No power is out though, but a bunch of lightning strikes is going on right now as we speak through there. This is over here near Mount Pleasant. Nothing really too bad going on through there. Downtown Charleston, let me move on through here as well. Not really seeing a whole bunch through there right now. Again, really just the only one that we were looking at is right over there near Isle of Palm. There, that's the Isle of Palm connector right there. That's just getting cousin just about trust all is well. All is well. Praying for your weather to move out soon. It is moving. It is moving. It's still not going to be out of here for like another 3 hours or so. But for right now, we're still, sitting here watching it. I need to definitely drink some water because I am parched right now. So I'm going to move this real quick. I'm gonna move this over here. I'm gonna leave the cameras on the screen for you, so you can go in and continue to watch that. As I believe that's a cop right there, just in the middle of the intersection. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but oh, they're waiting to turn. Okay, never mind. I'm just thinking too much right now. But that's still going on down there. And we're still seeing gusty winds moving through the entire Tri-County region. Moving on to the Midlands, excuse me. Midlands right now are still receiving their storms right now. I mean, we're having right now gusts from 50 to 60 mile per hour winds move through North South Carolina, going into, and yes, the town of North South Carolina. There actually is a town called North South Carolina. Swansea, North Carolina, South Carolina is at 30 to 40 mile per hour winds right now, as that storm is pretty much moving its way through right now. And again, you have these storms behind it. Let me go and move it. You have these storms behind. The wall of wind in front of it is producing those strong gusts, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Then the storm's going to come in. It's still going to bring those wind gusts high, obviously, but in front of the storm is where mainly a lot of that main wind is at. So that's what you're just looking for there. And my window is getting absolutely beaten right now, out of its mind right now. Let's go on and check this out real quick. We've had 241. We've been live for almost 3 hours now. I've been talking for pretty much 3 hours, not straight, but close to 3 hours straight. If you have not hit the like button or the subscribe button yet, make sure you go and do so, because I know for sure we have some new people up in here. Make sure you go and hit the share button, share with all the people that you know, especially throughout South Carolina, and especially if they're inside the Low Country or the Midlands of South Carolina. As this weather is continuing. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning over here inside of that's about to go through Augusta, South Carolina soon. Augusta, South Carolina. Wow, they are very close, and I keep on saying South Carolina, but it's Georgia. In Augusta, Georgia is actually going to just okay. I guess they're just going to continue to move its way. The storm's going to continue to move its way south down towards Augusta. And it's moved through Edgefield. It's moved through Johnston. It's moved through Limb, South Carolina as well. And it's moving its way down towards Graniteville, Warnerville, Burnett Town, as well. And Aiken is also right here. Aiken's actually not inside of a severe thunderstorm warning right now. But it is, in fact, going through. Well, somebody just texted me and said that I saved them. They left their bag inside the back of their truck. And so, because of my early warning, they were able to go outside, get their bag from out of the bed of their truck, so it would not get messed up. So that's some good stuff that we like to see. That's some good stuff that we like to see right there. Let me check back on this camera over here that we were just looking at. It's still going on. It's actually like it's transitioned from night mode to light mode to night mode to light mode, and like right there, it's now back to light mode, but it's about to switch right back to night mode in just a second. Maybe not. Maybe not. I guess that doesn't. Yes, that's fine. Let's check this out. We actually have 3,000 people actually gained power in like the past 10 to 20 minutes or so. So 3,000 people actually got power back. Now that might just be from the areas that are recovering. Like, yeah, Spartanburg, 5,000. Greenville is also gaining their power back. Spartanburg's getting their power back. Horry County is getting their power back. Georgetown is gaining their power back as well, but there still is a lot of people that still are without it. Dorchester County now has 425 people without power, and Charleston now has 616 people now. Aiken has 37. Orangeburg has 1,500 people without power right now. Lexington has 7,000. Saluda has 1,386 right now without power right now as we speak. Let's see if we have a new forecast discussion for right now. And actually, they should have actually just updated the SPC outlook, because for the people that are on with me at 9 o'clock p.m. know that they usually go on and update it right when I'm about to talk about it. And here it is right here. The new updated severe weather outlook. Slight risk of, or an enhanced risk of severe weather still goes on for portions of Greenwood, going into Aiken, Columbia as well. Then that slight risk still goes on from pretty much most of the inland low country going into the Williamsburg County, going into western Greenville County. Then a marginal risk goes in from pretty much the coastal regions up into Florence and Greenville as well. In terms of the risk, obviously, it's pretty much the same. If you're inside of any of the risk area, you have a 5% chance of some damaging hail. Also, if you're inside of the orange, you have a 30% chance of damaging winds, a 15% chance of damaging winds if you're inside the yellow, and a 5% chance if you are inside of the green. Let me move this camera a little bit, even though this one has done a good service. Let's go over onto the Ravenel Bridge, but that's not really doing much right now. Okay. Get some good shaking action over here. This is right here on the Ravenel Bridge, and some great lightning strikes that you can see as well. This is over here on the Ravenel Bridge, right back to intersect back onto I-26. So that's what's going on there. Again, let me go on and check out this real quick. We've had 253 people tune in today, and we only have 14 likes. I have no idea what's going on there. If you're part of the 253 people that have not hit the like button, make sure that you go on and do so. It's free. All you need is to make an account, and for sure, definitely make sure you go ahead and subscribe. And we're at 509. We only need one more subscriber till we get to 510. So again, if you're new and you want to go and hit the subscribe button, please go on and do so. We also do have some damage as well that we can talk about as well. As obviously damage is moving through. I'm going to get out this camera real quick, go to here real quick, and let me manually reload. We do have some damage. This is some damage inside of, let's see, this is Latson, South Carolina has damage. Trees are down inside of Latson right now. Down here in Mount Pleasant, trees are down in Mount Pleasant as well. And, you know, just some other locations. Loris did have some damage reports. Trees are down in Loris, South Carolina. That happened obviously earlier when the storms were moving through. We also did, obviously, you know, we knew we had some severe storm damage in Moncks Corner as well, near Lake Moultrie as well. But overall, these are the two new ones that I saw. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued around 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I had to flip through all of them right there. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. That was for a good amount of South Carolina. That's for New Ellington, Aiken, South Carolina is included in there, Blackville, South Carolina, Denmark, Bamberg, Branchville, Bowman, South Carolina, and Orangeburg is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind that's about to push through that area over the next hour or so. Let me go and check out the poll because we've had a lot of new votes come in. I said, "Are you ready for the severe weather coming up tonight?" 64% still said no. Well, you can't change your vote, but 64% says no. 36% says yes. Make sure the next time we have a severe weather risk like this that you are prepared and ready for it, and not saying, "Oh no, I'm not ready for it." When I come on and I say we have some severe weather, make sure that you are prepared. That's not just to be taken, just as a grain of salt. Like, oh, it's not going to be that bad, because the one time that you're not prepared, it might actually be bad. So you just have to be making sure that you are indeed prepared for it. Let's see. Have they released a new area forecast discussion? Let me see if Charleston did or not. No, they have not yet. Columbia has not either. Let me see if Wilmington has. They have. The severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight. In Greenville, humidity remains rather high. Which actually, let me go and check out the temperatures again, because we were talking about temperatures earlier, while this stuff is going on. Go on over here real quick. Let me go and go to present day. So we're gonna go to 9 o'clock right here. We're gonna go just the regular temperatures right now. Overall, I mean, it's still hot in some of these regions. Columbia is still at 90. But a lot of these areas up here in the upstate, it gets in the 70s, the 80s. The PD region also in the 70s and 80s. It's starting to cool down a lot in the low country of South Carolina as well. As actually, I think these temperatures might be a bit overdoing it. I think I need to go to this one right here. This one, we're going to go to 10 p.m. right here. You still have some high temperatures over the place, but overall, temperatures right now range from like 80 in Somerville to 80 in Onondaga to 80 in Georgetown to 82 in Myrtle Beach, 80 in Conway, like 86 in Columbia as well, 80 also inside of Greenville as well. We also have 80 in Woodruff and Union, 80 also in Aiken as well. Let me check my email real quick. See if I had any new emails come through. If you want to send me an email of any damage pictures, you can by sending them to scweather360@gmail.com. I'm trying to go on and get this one right here to load up, but it's not. Oh, I know why. I believe that's why. Yep, actually, no, I did not. So if Mr. Chris is still here, your picture did not send at all. It's just text that just says Monk's Corner now, or picture or video that you sent. It's not there at all. So if you can resend that, that would be fantastic. Alright, let me go in and check this out right here. I also had no idea that the NBA draft was tonight either. I just saw that as I was going through Twitter, or X, or I still call it Twitter, but just saw that pop up on my Twitter feed as I was just going through to check and see what I could see. I see a lot of pictures from Columbia talking about the severe thunderstorm being insane right now. Special weather statement was just issued as well for some other portions of South Carolina right now. Let me see if I can go in and find my radar again. I believe it's behind here. Yeah, it is. Special weather statement was over here for Walterboro, South Carolina, Williams, South Carolina, Hampton, South Carolina, Edisto Beach is also included there, in Blountville, South Carolina, and Sycamore, South Carolina, for 50-mile-per-hour winds that's about to push through. And again, this is the same thing that we saw in Somerville, Lincolnville, Latson, Hanahan, Ridgeville, Harleyville, Charleston, North Charleston. That's the same thing that we just saw. As those winds shifted before the storm, you can see this little boundary right here. This is the line that's moving those winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. And overall, that's pretty much why we are seeing these gusts. And again, these have nothing to do really with the storms. It just has to do with just what the boundaries are producing, and the boundaries producing these storms. So that wind shift will occur, and that will knock down tree limbs, blow around unsecure objects. That will happen as you go through this region as well. You can see it even right here on radar. 20, 30, 40, 50 mile per hour wind just with this little area right here that we're watching. And that, again, has nothing to do really with the storm. Oh, you actually cannot see my screen right now. That's fantastic. Okay. Fixed it. I had no idea that I was not even on the radar itself. I thought I was on it the entire time. But this is what it was right here for Walterboro, South Carolina, Edisto Beach, Blountville, and Hampton, Sycamore. This is the area that I was just talking about, with the, the 40, 50 mile per hour winds that moved its way through. New severe thunderstorm warning, and it actually is, let me see, it's actually up there for Oconee County. It is right here on the border. Let me go ahead and blow that up real quick. Because I believe this is the storm up here that it's talking about, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, southwestern Oconee County. But again, wow, that was a big lightning strike outside. But over here for I don't know if that's like right on the border right there. That's like over here near pretty much just southwestern Oconee County, because there's not really any too populated areas that are really going to be included in this thing. It's really just some of these areas are receiving still some of these storms as they move their way down south, but pretty much you're not really going to receive the worst of the storm. The worst of the storm is now moving into Georgia, if you're down up there. Good news for the people inside of Dorchester, Berkeley, and Charleston County. The severe thunderstorm warning is about to expire in 12 minutes. So that's good over there. The severe thunderstorm watch also does expire in 2 hours as well. So overall, we are pretty much almost done. As I say, well, we have 2 hours left. Let's go and check out the power outages now, and let me go ahead and put the camera back up. So actually, we lost another 1,000 people. Another 1,000 people are now back with power. So we're slowly getting power back, more than we're losing it, because we're losing power but at the same time they're getting more power back, obviously from the upstate and the PD region as well. Like Horry County, thousands of people were out power. In Horry County now only 200 people are without power. Georgetown also, I believe, had like 1,000 people without power, now only 300. Berkeley still remains the same. Charleston actually got a lot more people are without power in Charleston County right now, with 2,000 people now without power. 2.49, 2,492 people are without power right now. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning now that was just issued. That was, or no, that's not a severe thunderstorm warning. That is I believe it hasn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, it just showed up. There it goes. Okay. that was for over here. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Cottageville, South Carolina, going into Williams Lodge, Sycamore, Ulmer as well. Walterboro, again, is also included in there. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as pretty much just 60-mile-per-hour winds as it moves its way through. Again, you have that whole pretty much special weather statement. You pretty much just have that whole special weather statement that is there, and it will continue to that storm will continue to push its way through as the wind shift in front of it from obviously the storm that's there. All right, there it is there. Let me go on real quick. I do need to go on real quick and stand up for a second and stretch my legs for a second. So that's what I actually am going to do, and do that real quick. Just see what's going on as well. I will be back in around. Hold on, let me put that on real quick and set some music real quick before I go on and get out for just a second, because I've been sitting here for 2 hours now straight. That's probably not the best thing. But yeah, I'm going to go on and do that, and I will be back in around 2 seconds. Not actually 2 seconds, but you know what I mean. Right on time for the song to cut right back off. That was around 2-3 minutes ish, but I believe, yeah, there's been no new warnings since I was gone for that short amount of time. Real quick, let me check the chat, make sure, and check my email again, real quick, just to see. There should have been, yes, there is a new model that is out. This is the model that I show for the morning time, but here you can see right here, we're gonna start off. We're gonna just go over the models real quick just to see what they show. Starting off at 9 o'clock p.m. As you go on and push this forward, you can see that rainfall will continue to push its way through by around 10 to 11 p.m. And by the time it gets to around 1 to 2 a.m., it's really going to just ramp up more, or it's going to ramp down more and more. And then by the time you get to around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, that's when stuff's going to calm down. But obviously, we have another chance for some severe weather tomorrow. If you have no idea, marginal risk of severe weather is in effect for pretty much the entire state, except for the coastal regions, as well as some just like inland of coastal regions as well. But overall, mostly everyone. Um, go through that time frame. Those storms will probably start popping up by around 4 p.m. ish, somewhere around there. Let me go on and go back to the model so you can see it now. But you can see here as we continue through 7, 8, 9 p.m. We still have some rainfall activity going on as you go into like that's like tomorrow evening. But after that, I mean, by the time we get to around 9 a.m., that will end it off. And pretty much you're not really seeing a whole bunch more after that. Let me go and switch that up right here. Don't see anything else going on inside of the chat for right now. Let's see. The severe thunderstorm warning now. For Bunks Corner going to Allendale, downtown Charleston, and Hanahan will be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. It will expire at 9:45, like it was supposed to end at, and pretty much there's no longer just really any severe. There's no longer pretty much just any sort of severe thunderstorm going through that region anymore. So what we are going to do, even though it is still raining down here in Olive Palm, like you can see, I'm actually going to go on and move over here towards Walterboro and check out some of these cameras right here. Yeah, that's a good camera right there. You can see the lightning strikes in the background. We'll see if that keeps up. Yeah, that keeps up. So this over here back inside of like Walterboro right here. I-95 facing south near mile marker 59. Yeah, okay. There is still nothing going into nothing on Twitter right now that I'm still seeing. There was a new wind gust report that was around 62 miles per hour. That was at Panopolis, South Carolina. There was a gust of up to 62 miles per hour there. And check back on over here, back towards the radar. Or actually, I have to go all the way over here. In terms of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still going on, the one we had one up here near in southwestern Oconee County, but that's just a lot of rainfall. In terms of, you know, wind gusts, it's not really that high at all. The Midlands, obviously, places like Columbia just got finished receiving their severe weather. The severe weather now is moving through Orangeburg, Bowman, South Carolina, as well as Branchville, Bamberg, going into Denmark as well. Speaking of, let me go on up here towards Orangeburg and see what we have going on. Oh, well, the stream's not available. That might actually be a power outage because, yeah, this definitely is a power outage because I don't think this many would be out at a time. Maybe I'm just, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can see people have their hazard lights on, so it's definitely bad, like raining bad out there, but that might be a power outage. Speaking of power outages, let me see how many, people, have power outages right now. We're still dropping. We lost another 3,000. Orangeburg, yeah, 1,600 or 1,764 people, which is where these cameras are located at. This is I-26 West, mile marker 135. And 135. Let me see if I can go on Google real quick, see if I can find that. Maybe 135, 136, somewhere around there. All I know is that it is near Orangeburg. I believe it is down this way. Or I'm looking at my there we go. That's 149. So I actually gotta go further north and west than that. This right here, this is mile marker 129. So we gotta go to 135. So 135 is right. I believe it's right here. No, it's not. Okay, I gotta keep on going further because, oh no, this is 136. So yeah, so this is right here. This is right here off near the 136 area, right next to the Honeysuckle Tract and the Greater Blessing Baptist Church and the Bozard's Corn Shed now, or Bozard Family Farms as well. Also, there's an Exxon gas station right there, right off the highway as well, which is where pretty much where this camera is located as well. And that's going to continue again. That has 60 mile per hour winds with it as it continues to push its way south. Let me go on and check any sort of more damage reports that we have. We have damage reports going on inside of, or wind gust that was caught. We had a, oh, we already talked about that, but a 58 mile per hour wind gust was reported right off on Charleston Pilot Harbor Office. Right there, recorded a 8 mile per hour wind gust. Also, we do have a hail report as well. 1 inch of diameter hail was caught near the Aiken Municipal Airport in Aiken County. Also, I don't know if y'all saw this earlier, but over here near Winnsboro, there could potentially have been a tornado that touched down in Winnsboro. They'll probably talk more about that. They'll probably go out to review it tomorrow morning, and if they have come to a conclusion, we'll talk about it tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. if I'm not here, which I shouldn't be, but I should be there at 9 p.m. But it pretty much, a metal roof was blown off of a barn, and potentially was a possible tornado that went through. Move back on to here. And overall, there's no more new severe thunderstorm warnings for now. We're almost to that wind down phase now because, I mean, most of these storms are about to exit out of South Carolina in like the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. Well, they'll still be inside the state, but they're pretty much almost gone. So, I honestly think we will probably be out of here before 12 a.m. Like, I mean, obviously with the warning, the watches will expire at 12 a.m. We probably will be out before that. But for now, as of 9:48, they're still occurring throughout the state. And right now, I mean, they're pretty normal. So if they continue like this, we don't see any 70 mile per hour wind gusts pop through. You know, we don't see anything too bad happening. We honestly might get out of here for tonight. If nothing else occurs though, but this probably is the wind down phase now, where we are probably about to get out of here soon. Again, if you have not hit the like button or subscribe button yet, make sure you go and do so. We're at 509 subscribers now. One subscriber away from 510. Our subscriber goal is 600. Subscriber goal of 600. We have now hit 300 views. So 300 people have tuned in tonight to come listen to me just ramble about the weather inside of South Carolina. So if you're part of that 300 people and you have not hit the subscribe button or the like button yet, make sure you go and do so. Hit the share button. Share with all the people that you know, rather they be in South Carolina or not inside of South Carolina as well. We do have a special weather statement that's over here that does include South Carolina, Lake Wiley, South Carolina, as well as Tega Cay, Baxter Village, and just to the north of Fort Mill is now under a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds that's about to move through that region. Also, looking at this storm over here near McConnell, South Carolina, and Brattonsville, South Carolina as well, as that may need a special weather statement with it as well. But I mean, gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour is from what I'm seeing for this storm right now. And the one up here, not really seeing a whole bunch of widths, but I honestly think that this storm right here looks a little bit more impressive than the one over there. Let's go on and move away from this one. I'm gonna move because I'm gonna move down towards Bamberg, or no, I can't do that. I'm gonna move down to Walterboro because they are starting to get their storm down there now. Where's Walterboro? Walterboro is right here. Not really seeing much from there. I'm gonna move north. This is another good one. You do see rainfall going through this area again. I mean, that was expected. It is 9:52, so there is another update in terms of power, and this time it's kind of been stationary. Still at 87,000 people throughout the entire state of South Carolina without power right now. And that number is still going up. Charleston County is still rising at 3,500 people now without power. Dorchester County continues to rise at 500 people without power right now. In Columbia, around 40,000 people near the Columbia region are without power right now. Temperatures are also continuing to drop more and more. If you did not see, we talked about that earlier. Get that up out of there real quick. Well, actually, that's just going to stay there. Okay. But you can see overall, I mean, temperatures have dropped pretty much into the 80s now. Pretty much no more temperatures in the 90s now. Feel like temperatures probably are still in the 90s for sure. And some of these may be a bit, I should say, some of these might be a bit over because obviously the rainfall coming through for some of these areas, as well as cloud cover really significant or really signifies how lower the temperatures really could be as well. But I mean, these are our low temperatures for tonight, still in the 70s though, maybe mid 70s, and maybe even going into the mid to high 70s as well for a good amount of us as well. I am going to work on that. I said I was going to work on the crazy score, but I'm going to go on and actually do that right now because I actually do have the time to actually do that now, not look at Radar 24/7. I'm going to go on and get the crazy score out now and see what the crazy score is usually would be past 9 p.m. But I'm gonna have to adjust it and say past 10 p.m. Again, the crazy score is not made by me. It's made by a bot. For some people that don't know. Okay, I already got that. Boom. In terms of, okay, so we do have, well, they have a special weather statement that goes out. That now goes like out into Georgia now, as Augusta, Georgia is now under a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds about to move through Augusta, Georgia. If you're right there on the border, right near where Augusta is, you definitely need to be paying attention for that, for sure. The areas in the past next past where all these storms are, that's like New Ellington, places like Snelling, South Carolina, Barnwell, South Carolina, Olar, South Carolina, and Earnhardt. I believe that's how you said that. South Carolina is also included in there. Also, Lodge, South Carolina, as well as Sycamore, South Carolina, Crocketville, Miley, South Carolina. All those regions still are having those gusty winds push through. Again, the storm's not there yet, but obviously, I've been talking about all night since it's been in Berkeley County. That wind before the storm is really what's going to cause a lot of that damage. The storm itself is going to cause, some damage, but really those winds in front of it, that will really impact everybody, not just, not just a couple of people. I mean, that will impact pretty much almost everybody. All right, these storms are about making their way. I'm going to wait for like another 30 minutes or so, probably till like 10:30, and or I don't know, somewhere from around like 10:30 ish, maybe to around um 10:15 ish. And if these storms are still just doing around 60 miles per hour, those are obviously just the regular severe thunderstorm warning. So, but if those storms are still going on and just doing that, then I will probably head out for tonight. But for right now, we still have like another 30 minutes or so until we get to there. There was a new damage report that just came out. Emergency management reports tree downs and power lines are down near Walterboro, South Carolina. So there's indeed damage going on. This was the camera that we had inside of Walterboro, South Carolina. This was around 3 minutes ago. I probably need to refresh it by now, but you can see the lightning strikes for sure in the background. People still traveling, but can't really see the wind. Obviously, it's too dark for that right now. See, I don't see anything else inside of the chat either. So I'm going to continue to say there. We did also get a new vote to the poll. 41% says yes, they were prepared for the weather, and then 59% says that were not prepared for the weather today. Again, if you subscribe to the channel, you will be prepared because you would have known for it that this was going to happen. So please make sure that if you have not hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share it with all the people so they can be prepared as well for the next time when severe weather comes through. And we did just get another subscriber as well, so that means we're at 510. We are a tenth of the way. We are a tenth of the way to 600 subscribers. Let's go and get an applause for that real quick. Absolutely amazing stuff. That we're now at 510 subscribers, and so far we've gotten 6, 7, somewhere around there, new subscribers today, which is obviously a good thing. And usually I see when I go live, those are usually when I get, that's usually when I get more people to come in and tune in. So I might have to start going live more. Just determined on what happens. Obviously, hurricane season, that's going to be some long live streams. When if a hurricane or tropical storm pops up, severe weather, obviously we're in summer now, so severe weather will obviously be going on, and that will continue to go on. So that's what's going on there. The crazy score is also almost ready. I have the information. I'm just actually compiling it into a score right now as we speak. So I will be out there in just around like a couple of seconds. For the people who have no idea who or what the crazy score is, honestly, I should say, the crazy score is the score that we see how crazy the weather is inside of South Carolina. And so we do it every single night, 9 o'clock p.m., maybe a bit after 9, but somewhere around there. And we go on and check and just see how crazy the weather is. Still loading up. It's okay. Yeah. It also recommends me if I should go live or not, and it says go live. So I already am live, so I can't really change it now. But here's a look at the crazy score right here. We are at a 76 for tonight. We're inside the severe category: severe thunderstorms, blizzards, hurricanes, or tornadoes. You know, dangerous conditions, and obviously severe weather is obviously occurring. Going live, yes. Current weather score again 76 inside the severe category, kind of like in the middle of those two categories together. So, or kind of in the middle of the high end severe, so kind of like mid severe. Which I can agree with, as it's kind of tuning down a little bit or turning down just a little bit. So that's what's going on there. It also talks about the next 7 days as well. Let me go ahead and pull that up as well, because it gives me tonight's, tomorrow mornings, and then also talks about the next 7 days as well. Let me make sure real quick there's no new warnings that I am missing. Nope, everything, I mean, last warning was 29 minutes ago. So I'm not missing any new warnings or anything like that. But pretty much, it says, for the next 7 days, dangerous heat continues from the midweek with heat index values to the 105 to 110 degree range, and more heat advisories are likely throughout the state of South Carolina as we move through this week. Severe storms possible through Friday, so not only tonight, but tomorrow and Friday, with damaging winds of up to 80 miles per hour, large hail, and frequent lightning. Again, that was mainly for today, but potentially tomorrow. I don't know. I've heard that there was a high microburst potential that will continue into Thursday during the peak afternoon heating as well. So we could potentially see some high wind gusts tomorrow as well, with some isolated severe storms. Through the weekend, expect scattered afternoon/evening storms daily, some possibly strong to severe. And then early next week stays hot, humid, and stormy, with the potential uptick in rain chances if a cold front approaches from the north. So early next week, or pretty much just next week in general, is not going to be a repeat completely yet that we know of, but it could potentially just be, it could overall just be just as stormy. And I actually do want to go on, since we are here, I can actually go on and talk about like the long-term future while we're here. If you go on and push this forward right here, as you go on all the way into June the 28th, June the 29th as well, rainfall will continue June the 23rd. That rainfall, thunderstorm activity will continue going all the way through July the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. July the 4th is just not looking good at all. Now, this is early morning, but even as you go into the evening, it still does not look the best. So I'll monitor that for sure. July the 4th and all the way through the 7th as well. I mean, just this rainfall every single day pattern that I've been talking about for the people that tune in to the evening and morning hours. When I do my forecast, I know what I'm talking about. If you continue now, once you get to around the 300 hours mark, that's around like July the 8th. You can't really go any further than that because that's just too far out. And overall, I'd just be lying to you if I told you what was going on. New severe thunderstorm warning now. This is probably going to be probably will be one of the last severe thunderstorm warnings that we receive for the, probably for the state, unless something else up here in the upstate occurs, but I doubt it for right now. Let me go in and show that real quick. Probably the last severe thunderstorm warning for Jenkins County, Screven County, Allendale County, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper County in Georgia and South Carolina. That is for over here for Williams, South Carolina, Ruffin, South Carolina, Smokes, Walterboro's again included, Cottageville again included, and it goes all the way through to Miley, South Carolina, Sycamore, or actually I'm looking at the wrong one. This is the one I need to be looking at right here. Allendale County, Allendale is included in there, Fairfax is included in there, Brunson, Hampton, Varnville, Blountville again, and also Sheldon is also included. Seabrook, Ridgeland, South Carolina, and Sylvania is also included in there as well. But that's Georgia that I was just talking about, South Carolina and Georgia. And that one has 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in aggregate hail. It goes for the next hour or so, but we're probably going to get out of here in around 20 minutes or so. And I'll end the stream in around 20 minutes or so. Still nothing going on inside the chat. If you want to leave a chat, you still can. I will still read it, even if you don't. We've had a huge amount of chats tonight. Actually, we've had so much chats I can't even see the first chat that was actually there. There were so many chats that came through today. Let me move my way down. Let me go back. I'm going to move further down past Walterboro and go over here. It's probably where we have, if we have a better camera view right there. So this camera right here, this is I-95 facing south. This is at mile marker 48.2. So pretty much mile marker 48. See if I can find exactly where that is. I'm over here near Augusta Highway. I'm not. That's mile marker 68. So I got to go down a little bit. This right here, this is Highway 64. This is mile marker 57. So I got to go a bit more further south. Okay, that's way too far. That's mile marker 28. This is 38, so I'm going at 10s at a time right now. And this one right here, okay, this one right here should be 60, no, that's 53. So this is just to the south of Walterboro, pretty much. This is right in between, I believe, Low Country Highway US 21 and right in between, I believe, the Walterboro exit for South Carolina Highway 63. This is they don't really have markers like that throughout the highway like that unless it's an exit, so I can't really check and see. But for right now, I know it's in between that area. All right, that is, yeah, it's got a lot worse the more close or the more that you get it into screen. It looks almost gray now and like almost just no color at all. Well, there is no color at all, pretty much. Just black, white, gray out there, obviously with night vision on. But now you can see a little bit better. But if you scroll back like another like 5-10 seconds or so, you can kind of see what I was talking about in terms of just how almost like, well, I wouldn't say blinding, but for people down there that are just traveling, it's not the best time to be traveling right now. If you're down there. See this over here? Okay, let me check out. Let me get off of this real quick. Go all the way into. So this storm right here is still going through, just going down southern Walterboro right now, moving to south and west, and that's moving down towards Ridgeland, South Carolina as well. That will again keep on going for until like the next, till probably around 11 o'clock p.m. 11 o'clock p.m. is when this last storm right here will expire for the state of South Carolina. Now, this one actually expires in 3 minutes. The one over here for Orangeburg, Barnwell, Snelling, Williston, Blackville, Denmark, and Branchville. That one goes on for like another 3 minutes or so. Severe thunderstorm warning also over here in Georgia. That includes like Waynesboro, Georgia, as well. That's for like 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, and that's the storms that have been moving through. But just a crazy look on what this storm system has done as it moved through. We started off the live stream, obviously. Started off up there in Myrtle Beach, Conway, Carolina Forest, Loris. Moved down towards Bucksport, South Carolina. Moved down towards Murrells Inlet, Litchfield. And then at the same time, we had severe weather going on up here in Greenville, Spartanburg, Travelers Rest, Central South Carolina. It moved its way down to Grays Court, Lawrence, Clinton as well. And then it moved its way, even further. And then we saw it finally start to move into the Midlands, and we saw it starting to move over into like Berkeley County. And then at that point, Columbia, I remember Columbia was in a severe thunderstorm warning at that point. They got hit. Then you had Berkeley County get hit, and then we had Dorchester County, Charleston County got hit. And then now we pretty much are where we are right now with these severe thunderstorm warnings. The last one being the last one. We're still at 87,000 people without power right now, which means there's still a good amount of people losing it. Like 220 people are without power in Colleton, which is actually pretty surprising. With that huge storm that's moving through, and with the rain that you can see that's absolutely blinding right now, you can't even see anything. That's actually a good thing. Surprisingly good, I should say. So let's see, 87,213 people without power. That was last updated at 10:09 p.m. And again, still takes over for the state with the most amount of power. Just Georgia is starting to catch its way up. We'll see what these storms do once they reach Georgia, but they're on the way there through Georgia right now. I know also like Alabama has 17,000 people without power. That's like in southern Alabama. Up in Pennsylvania, they have a good amount of people without power as well. And then even inside of New York, they have some people without power as well. We did actually just get an upgrade. Let me go in and check that out real quick. Get out of here real quick. We did just get an upgrade to a considerable. Yes, we did. The storm down here that's about to move, that moved through Walterboro, moved through Williams, Ruffin, moving down into Blountville and Early Branch. That storm now has 70-mile-per-hour winds with it, and it's going to continue to push its way down to the south and west as well. So we'll continue to monitor that and see what it does as it goes through until 10:30. And we'll see what they do with this severe thunderstorm wind. This one still has 60-mile-per-hour winds with it, but this one has 70 now, it says. And yes, you can easily see where the 70-mile-per-hour winds are, or only shows 60 on here. But again, an isolated pocket of 70 could be in there as it moves this way. Just to the west of Walterboro, it's now moving towards like Early Branch and McPhersonville, inside of South Carolina as well. I think yeah, I mean, I guess at 10:30 we'll be out of here. Even though this storm has 70-mile-per-hour winds, it's pretty much gonna be out of here in like 30 minutes anyway. So yeah, like once it hits 10:30, once this severe thunderstorm warning right here expires, we will be out of here for tonight. So we still have like another 10 minutes or so until that occurs. We did just get another damage report. There is a tree down on the 216 exit ramp off of I-26 West. That is not a good thing because that's on the exit ramp, and obviously some people may be surprised when they get off and see it, and then just so that's not a good thing overall. But it's already reported, so that means they probably have already know about it by now. Let me go on and see where that is. That is on the that's the Cosgrove Avenue exit on I-26 in North Charleston, going down toward. Let me see if it says. That's I-26 West. So it's going that way. So that's if you're on I-26 West going on to Cosgrove Avenue. There is a tree down on either one of those two. It says an exit ramp, so I think it's the one going towards might be B instead of A. We're gonna, well, I'll wait for just a couple more seconds before we get to that. See, did we have any more, anything else from the area forecast discussion from right now? It's at 6:28, nothing there. Wilmington, yes, Wilmington did post something. Hot temperatures combined with high humidity will create dangerous heat again tomorrow. Storm chances return tomorrow as well. Um, the severe thunderstorm watch continues until 12 o'clock in the morning, but I do think it might be allowed to expire early, especially if, the storms move out the state. I don't think that they would just keep it. Honestly, if I was to get rid of it, which I'm not the professional, but if I was to, honestly, I probably would get rid of it for a good majority, pretty much, of the state. And the craziest part is that the one area where there is no severe thunderstorm watch, that's where the severe weather is happening at. That's the craziest thing. The only severe thunderstorm warnings right now are in the area where there is no severe thunderstorm watch, while everyone else that is inside of a severe thunderstorm watch right now that's about to expire in in probably around like an hour and 40 minutes or so, maybe even earlier. They pretty There's just rainfall. I mean, there is still some rainfall going on, like in the and there actually might still be some thunder going on in those, or some lightning going on as well. I mean, some of these, like, you can even see, like, there's heavy downpours going through Orangeburg, or about to. Ellery still got theirs going on as well. So they still have not upgraded that to 60 miles or 70 miles per hour over here near Allendale, Fairfax, Brunson, and Hampton, South Carolina as well. But the one with 70-mile-per-hour winds is about to expire in 9 minutes. But there definitely still is some very strong winds going on. You can definitely see the 60-mile-per-hour winds that's about to move right through, especially in here in Cumming, South Carolina, Camp Branch, and Early Branch as well. Especially those regions for sure. But other places like Allendale, Fairfax, still should be looking out for that, in Ridgeland as well. It's now 10:22. It is now 10:22. So, the storm right here will expire in around 8 more minutes now. See, I'm not quite. I think it was. Okay, we'll end off with that. Still. Oh, this was last. I need to update this real quick. That was last updated at 08. You see the traffic even starting to back up as well over here where the storm is passing through inside of Walterboro as well. This is now, oh yeah, this is the same camera that we were just watching, but it's actually now, instead of when it was updated at 10:08. This is the same storm, but it's just still at just as intense again with 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. Check out the interactive real quick. I'm gonna see how I'm gonna see if we have any more damage reports. We do. Over here inside of Shadow Moss, South Carolina. There are trees down near there. We have some more hail reports. We have some more instances of 1 inch in diameter hail going on inside of Aiken County near North Augusta and Aiken, South Carolina as well. There also was a 60. Well, we already talked about that. But I believe, let me check this. I believe there has not been any new reports in the, well, yes, there has been some new reports. Let me check all. Alright, so it's about 10:20. Yeah, that was 6 minutes ago. Alright, yeah, but it's 10:25. Let me see. Let me see. Mr. Chris says, any reports of hail amongst corner? No reports, just some strong winds. But yes, no report of any hail. Even though I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me go back. Because this radar, you can actually go back and see previous severe thunderstorm warnings, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you can. Oh, but they said that it expired already. I know what I can do. Let me go in and check the National Weather Service of Charleston real quick on their Twitter, because they post the things on Twitter, so you have to have a backup for a backup. There also was a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for Alabama, Georgia, all the way up towards Atlanta as well. Oh, actually, since, let me see. Let me check my email again real quick, and then well, let me check that first, then I'll go check my email in just a second. But as I'm looking for this, if you are still there, Mr. Grace, I did say earlier that the message that you sent me did not have an attachment on it at all, so I couldn't see anything. So if you can go on and reattach it and send it to me in like the next 5 minutes or so, that would be good. And if you send it to me just after that, then I'll just show it tomorrow evening. But it said that no hail was expected when the warning came out. Well, it said pea-sized hail was possible when it started out, but then as it continued to move its way west, they just realized that no hail. So honestly, nah, probably hail probably was not that big. I mean, pea-sized, that hail can really only just damage like vegetation maybe. But pea-sized hail really can't do that much damage in terms of just damaging vegetation outside. So since we only have around 2 minutes left until this last, 2 minutes left until this last warning right here expires, which this is the new severe thunderstorm warning that they just put out. They are going to continue it for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But that is for Yemassee, Early Branch, Cumming, South Carolina, McPhersonville, South Carolina, Pocotaligo, Grays, Kusawachi, Ridgeland, Estill, and Furman. Actually, since this is still going on, I might just leave my computer running, and keep it up and on this, but I just won't be talking. But if you were here, first off, let me say real quick, if you were here for the full time, for the full 4 hours, because once we hit 10:30, we would have been, or we will be here for 4 hours. So if you were here for the full 4 hours, I just want to go in and give you just a round of applause real quick. Because that is amazing right there, that you were able to sit there and listen to me for 4 hours straight, just talking about weather. So that's fantastic. Absolutely appreciate that. Even if you were there for an hour or two, some people probably did leave early, but if they tuned in, that's all I need. I don't need for anyone. Nobody's required to stay here for these long time streams. This is the longest stream that I've actually done. This is the longest that I've ever talked. 4 hours, pretty much almost straight, and so pretty much, and only with this last warning left until it completely moves itself out of South Carolina. But when it does that, that's when the stream will go down. Most likely once this area is done. But they actually did just wow. Okay, so it really does not want me to go at all, because golf ball sized hail was just reported in Hendersonville, South Carolina. Let me check that out. Golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is going through Blountonsville, South Carolina, McPherson, Early Branch as well, and Hendersonville, like they said, observed golf ball sized hail, which is kind of over exceeding the hail than we thought. They did just expire the one tornado warning, which means it is 10:30. But let me read the rest of this. It says emergency management reported at 10:20 p.m. Golf ball sized hail is reported in Hendersonville. People and animals outdoors will be injured if hit by hail. Expect hail damage to roofs, sidings, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings as well. Yemassee, Early Branch, Cummings, McPhersonville, Pocatello, Grays, Coosawhatchie, Ridgeland, Estill, and Furman, and that includes I-95 between mile marker 25 and 53. Anyone outdoors should move into shelter inside a well-built structure. Stay away from windows, and this storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and has already produced and is still producing dangerous hail right now. So you got to make sure that you're inside and away from those windows if you're inside this warning right here. And so I believe that is all. So we have officially been here for 4 hours. If you did enjoy the stream, make sure you go and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, or enjoy my time here because the stream's not going down yet. Make sure you go and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button, share with all the people that you know. We're at 510 subscribers, trying to get to 600. We need 90. Yes, 90 more people to hit the subscribe button, and we will be to 600 subscribers. So I appreciate everyone. Now we're at 511, so thank you to whoever that was. 89 more to go. So I appreciate everyone for being here and listening to me. And I will be back tomorrow morning with your Wednesday evening forecast update. The radar will still continue to run for the last couple of people that are included inside of this 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. So you can go in and look and see where it is. I'll zoom in a little bit, or I'll actually look at this entire region right here. Yeah, I got this entire region right here, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and I'll keep that right there. So everyone, if this is your stop, I will be back tomorrow morning with your Thursday morning forecast update. Drop monitor will also come out tomorrow evening as well, so we'll talk about it then.